Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez-Delecchia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Sade Fashalkun. Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here.
All right, it is 6:16 p.m. with the quorum of the board present. I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We will now proceed to our opening ceremony in our agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance. Audience, we have very special guests with us this evening who will be helping us with our Pledge of Allegiance. We have Kellen and Silas, the brothers. Kellen is going into 3rd grade next fall, and Silas will be in 1st grade. Kellen loves football, playing video games, and reading. He plans to replace Patrick Mahomes when Patrick retires from the NFL. Silas, hopes and dreams, y'all, hopes and dreams. Silas loves drawing, cooking, and baking, playing outside, and karate class. He makes delicious banana bread. Both boys are very excited that they learned to swim above water this past weekend. We are so excited for you guys. Thank y'all for being here. What do we need to do? They're going to give us orders.
Join us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, boys.
Okay, hands on our hearts. Yes, ma'am. Can't wait for her to get back. Okay, ready? Say aye.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
If you could please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, the next item on our agenda is the recognition ceremony. The Texas Association of School Boards Grassroots Student Scholarship winner. Trustee Anna Smith, are you going to be leading us in that discussion?
I sure am.
All right.
On January 19th, I attended the Texas Association of School Boards Grassroots meeting and won a $500 scholarship on behalf of our district. We worked with our amazing counseling service department and campuses to request student application. Drum roll. This scholarship is going to Mary Haynes from Rouse High School. Mary will be attending Texas State University to study public health epidemiology concentration. We hope that this helps to further her education endeavors to great success. Also, thank you to TASB Risk Management Fund for this award, and congratulations, Mary. We're so excited to see what you do. Just so y'all know, this scholarship, I was super excited we won, but also it was based on what the student voice means in public education. We had over 22 applicants from all over the district, and Mary's essay stood out because it truly is what we've been working on as a board this last couple of months, our strategic plan, our guiding documents. And when I read her essay, and Dr. Gloria Gonzalez-Delecchia was in this, and as well as Trish Bodie, our president, it just stuck out because it's what we do. It's why we're here. It's for the student voice. And just to hear what she's been able to accomplish in her time here in Leander ISD. Thanks, Mary. We appreciate you.
All right, board members, we'll go on to the communication announcement portion of our agenda. Superintendent remarks.
Nothing at this time. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, board member remarks.
Quick update. Last week, I participated in the African American Leadership Institute at Houston Tilson University, specializing in education. So it was a summit looking at early childhood education, looking at K through 12, and looking at higher ed and how schools are addressing different programming specifically to African American community and providing leadership opportunities. It was really interesting. There was a lot of folks there from Lander ISD, Del Valle ISD, and Austin ISD, and just talking about different initiatives that they're doing, and plan to meet with Dwayne so I could just share some of that information.
Is it last Friday week? Sorry, it's been a long week. Last Friday, Trish and I had the privilege to attend the final day of the Continuous Improvement Conference that our district puts on. And everyone knows how much I love our David Langford and our maps and our diagrams and our hot dots. But what I loved about Friday's presentation was two things: our student panel on what it means to fail forward. And so to be able to hear our students talk about some experience that they've failed forward and what our district has helped, I guess, guide them through that. And then the big part, I think, for me was what did you call it, Bruce? The elder panel. And what was truly amazing was to hear from the past LASD leaders who got us this way, who helped establish the Leander way and why we are the way we are, and how continuous improvement tools have got us there and how they've evolved over time. And I gotta say, I love me some Anna Aiken. She was cracking me up, but it was a privilege to be a part of that. Thank you so much, Bruce, for opening up those conferences for us trustees to get an inside look of how it truly is and what the Leander way is.
All right, and coming up Thursday. My days are all out of sync, y'all. But on Thursday, we'll be traveling up, Anna and I will be traveling up to the TASB Summer Leadership Conference. The LAC group is meeting. That's the legislative group to talk about legislative initiatives for all the trustees in not just Central Texas, all the trustees in Texas get together and talk about what are those legislative initiatives and priorities. We've talked about them a lot. We'll talk about them tonight. As you can imagine, there are a lot of areas we want to cover. So we'll be taking part in those conversations, and we'll of course be reporting back to you on those after the meeting concludes.
I do have one update from LEAF, just so y'all know, save the date, September 24th. Is Mudsicle. Registration's open. Right now it's $15 a person. It goes up to $20 a person in July. So get your tickets now and let's help Lander ISD fund the classrooms.
On that note, I just wanted to extend our thanks for LEAF to help sponsor the State of the District. That was last week, and Bruce did a great job. Thank you for the kind words. And it was great to be in that room and our community really learning about all the things we've accomplished this year and how far we've really come. So thank you.
So just wanted to add that June is Pride Month, so it's a time to remember that we have a diverse community and appreciate everybody and accept them for who they are. And the City of Leander is having its first ever Juneteenth festival celebration this Saturday.
All right, we'll move on to the citizen comment portion of our agenda. Board members, audience, those joining us in the audience and those online, y'all heard me probably say kind of the update of what to expect when you get up here. The rules are BED local and board operating procedures. I believe you all have copies of those before y'all come up to speak. So I thought would change up the script and kind of change up the format and how we approach citizen comments. So in light of student voice and how much we want to encourage student voice, we have a video to lead up and open up our citizen comments.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in the Leander Independent School District, like me, my mother's favorite child, as they pursue their mission to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizen Comment agenda item, which is time set aside during this meeting to hear from the whole community, which can include a wide audience of the entire LISD family. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. Board operating procedures and BED local specify guidelines, so it is important that you have read them before you speak. The board wants to hear from everyone, but still asks you to be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. If you're presenting material that only certain high schoolers may encounter, remember that school children of all ages may participate in the board meetings either by watching them or you might see some in the audience. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be difficult, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speaker number 1.
Thank you, Superintendent Gearing and Board of Trustees, as well as teachers and staff of Lander ISD for serving our community. Thanks as well to the police officers who are here to protect us. As a student in Lander ISD, coming to board meetings or following along at home has been a very valuable and eye-opening experience. I have been very impressed with the responsiveness of the school district to some of the topics I and others have raised to the board. I'm also very impressed that the school district sponsored a student advisory committee last year on how to improve student engagement. Today, I'd like to ask the board to consider how to follow up on that. What could schools do to promote student voice in district policy? How can more students be convinced that they can actively contribute to the well-being of our schools? Here are some examples of ideas. Note the district has done some, but maybe more could be done. Involve students in advisory groups the district relies on. Sponsor adjunct students advisory groups for key committees. Give students voting roles on committees. Make students aware of committee roles. Publicize recommendations of student advisory committees and inform students and parents which have been implemented. Design ways to measure student voice and whether students believe they have it. I have always noticed the district makes strong efforts to get the feedback of students and parents on how things are going. Maybe more could be good. Some students may feel that their opinion doesn't matter much. They might think they can't make a difference, when in fact they can. So far as I can tell, in recent years, some key committees have mostly been populated by parents or adult citizens who make recommendations and decisions on behalf of kids, the students of the district. Student opinions will often differ from many adults. Gathering students' voices to provide input to some of these committees might help those committees do a better job. Even if the work of the committees doesn't change, involving students ensures that their voices are at least considered. Along with parents, it is the job of schools to help students grow from children into responsible, civic-minded adults. By the time most students graduate, we will be adults. Students could contribute to the work of improving schools. In the future, maybe schools could explore whether adults or soon-to-be adult students could get high school or college credits for their contributions. This would help students on their life paths into adulthood. Perhaps more will choose to follow in the footsteps of great educators they have learned from. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
I am a Texas Parent United, one of many that are concerned with the direction of our Leander schools are headed. For months, I have researched the state of our schools. I have spoken directly with some of you in person or indirectly on social media, with more than a few of you. I've been told that my fears are unfounded, and yet my research says otherwise. We are done only talking. we've organized with one goal: to vote out most of this school board in the November election. We are a coalition of Leander ISD parents, teachers, and grandparents from many races, ages, ethnicities, and diverse backgrounds. We are Texas Parents United in the belief that a school district's purpose is to provide our children a strong foundation of academic excellence. We are Texas Parents United in the belief that political ideologies have no place in public education. We believe that safe, stable, and unbiased classrooms give our children the best opportunity to learn and excel in life. We believe every child deserves an excellent education, and district resources should be laser focused on academics, leaving the rest to parents. Go to TexasParentsUnited.com today and let's excel in LISD.
Thank you. Speaker number 3.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Goering. I signed up tonight to talk about community and parent engagement. And I want to start out by offering you guys some benefit of the doubt. I've been through all of the agenda items in detail, and I know you've got a long night coming up. A lot of it's going to be talking about money, no surprise. You've been beat up a lot about money, and I want to give you the benefit to open my points tonight that you're kind of in a no-win situation, because you're never going to be able to compensate the teachers and the cafeteria workers to make up for what we're all suffering from. As a retired military person, this past December, I got the largest cost of living adjustment I ever received. And after looking at it, I thought, you know what? You can keep that adjustment and give me back the prices I had a year ago. You're not going to be able to make up for it. You're in a no-win situation. And with that, I said I went through all of your items, including very particular the Task B items you're going to be talking about tonight, the 6 proposals, and then the policy things. I want to talk about both of those really, really briefly in the last part of my time. The third item on your proposals that you're going to be talking about is an item talking about teacher apprenticeship program, a recommendation for an apprenticeship program. And I can tell you, I know that there is a large number of teachers who are getting ready to leave this district, large number of cafeteria workers. It's not just because of the economics, it's because of what was kind of just mentioned. There's a political undertone here that many people, whether you want to admit it or not, I've been here for a long time. I work shoulder to shoulder with these teachers. Many of them are fed up with it. They won't come up here and talk. But the ones who do come up here and talk, you agree with them, so they feel free to talk. Many of them won't do that, and they're leaving. Just so you're aware. The other item in the policies, I went through, that's a very 86-page document. I couldn't go through all of it tonight in 3 minutes. But one thing I want to point out in those policies, the very first item in there is your kind of ideology. And looking through it and the following policies, I noticed one thing that jumps out at me. You talk a lot about engagement, but one thing that you don't talk about is academic excellence. You really seem to focus on other areas, and that is what many of us leave the other stuff out. Just teach my kids how to read, write, and do math. Amen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 4.
Good evening to you all. I am here because we are all in LASD. Leander School started with a little log cabin in 1855, which had one room and one teacher. Parents paid what they could afford, and the community kept the schools going. In the 1980s, an $8 million bond was passed to create Leander High School, which housed 1,200 students. Today, we have over 41,000 students in 45 diverse schools. The district employs over 5,300 professionals who better the lives of our children every day. Our kids participate in a wide array of academic and athletic activities, creating well-rounded individuals. Leander ISD nourishes future leaders and lifelong relationships that create strong communities. Students, families, and teachers join to cultivate the next generation of incredible Americans. As parents, educators, and students, we believe public education is central to our community. Leander ISD provides an amazing educational experience and contributes to the economic development of the greater Leander area. Our children should continue to have a school district that gives them the freedom to learn and pursue their dreams. Working together, the possibilities are endless. Uniting for students, families, and teachers, we are all in LASD. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 5.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gehring. I've been here previously on behalf of the CNS staff. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of our supervisors. Even though this was not the year for the food management bids, SFE had to put in a rebid to remain the food management company for LISD. After all the bids were in and reviewed, it was decided that a different company would manage our district CNS. Tonight, you're voting on this matter. Many of us are requesting that you vote to keep SFE. When I started with this district almost 10 years ago, SFE had started as the district food management company for LISD. I'm reminded of how many Eat the Alphabets, Eat the Rainbow events that we have done together. Countless Mother's Day, Father's Day, and Grandparents' Day meals have been planned and made. All the Flavor Fest, the National School Breakfast Week, the National School Lunch Week, and Thanksgiving luncheons we've celebrated together. In the 5 years that I've been a team lead, we've had 3 audits. One was scheduled, one was due to the fact that we were doing curbside, and just this last year, one was because we were doing the SSO program. We passed every one of these state audits without any findings. What exactly does that mean? It means that the money that SFE and the district are reimbursed was not delayed, nor was it denied. You would think that this would be a good thing. These past 2 years have been extremely stressful in the kitchens, with staffing shortages, larger than normal meals being served, and supply issues. During this, our SFE supervisors have been in our kitchens daily working alongside us, trying to relieve some of our stress. So thank you to Upenda, Sarah, Kristen, Chef Phillip, Tandy, Sherry, and Ron for all the support that you have given us this past year. Thank you for all the meals that you've helped prep and serve, for all the tables that you've helped clean, for all the trash that you've helped taken out, for all the dishes that you've washed, for all that you have done to help us through this very trying year. With all that being said, this decision should not be just about money, but it should be about the welfare of the people working for CNS in this district and about the children that we serve. Sometimes the cheaper choice is not necessarily the best choice.
Thank you. Speaker number 6.
Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak tonight. I appreciate your dedicated service to our district and our children. I want to take a moment to touch base on 2 items as we have the opportunity to have 3 minutes tonight. I am grateful that student safety is a topic in the agenda tonight, especially after what we witnessed in Uvalde last month. I hope we can come together as a district and provide the tools and resources for our staff and our children. I hope we can follow in Del Val's footsteps and implement a nonpartisan safety plan for the sake of our community. Hopefully it will not contain more stress to add on our educators' shoulders and make our children feel safe at school all at the same time. At the last meeting, I was hugely supportive of adopting a compensation plan for our hourly staff. I am so glad that we were able to pass that, and I hope tonight we can get the ball rolling on Vader and get our community invested so we can vote come November. I recognize that all of this goes hand in hand, and we need to be informed for the sake of our district. In preparation for tonight, I read the new proposal for adopting Sodexo as our food service provider. I noticed that any new hire will be a Sodexo staff member and not a LISD staff member. With that shift, any new hire will lose out on the opportunity to have the pension plan, which is unfortunate. I also did not see the level of pay anywhere in the documents, as the newly passed compensation plan will not pertain to the new hires under Sodexo. This concerns me as being an ex-service industry worker, as I know that we are used to getting the short end of the stick. Sorry, I lost my spot. With that shift, oh yeah, I said that, duh. Also, I did not see, yes, I said that, sorry, y'all, please bear with me. I truly hope that we will be providing a living wage and a competitive wage, as every nearby district has also raised their compensation for hourly workers. Low pay was one of the main reasons our kitchens were understaffed, and the current staff had to overextend themselves to make up for the lack of staff. I was looking forward to the possibility that we would be starting this school year out in a better place, as we finally had a higher wage. Please remember our staff who show up every day to put smiles on our kids' faces and fill their stomachs. Please treat them with dignity, and they deserve the pay. I'm sorry. Please treat them with the dignity they deserve and pay them appropriately within this new contract. Thank you again for working on all of this, and thank you again for your service. And thank you for bearing with me not reading appropriately. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Speaker number 6. Speaker number 7.
Hello, Madam President, Superintendent Gehring. Thank you for having me today. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Leander ISD, and I'm here to say that I'm all in for smart money. What is smart money? Well, I grew up in public schools, so I know firsthand the importance of public schools and how important it is to fund for the resources and staff and administration. And that's actually one of the reasons why back in December I fought in the Wilco Commissioner's Court to continue our CARES Act funding, our federal CARES Act funding. The one thing, though, that I found is that school finances can be quite confusing. And especially as a voter, this can be very, very confusing for us. So I went to the website to find out more information. www.leanderisd.org/smartmoney. It has a cute owl on the front with some dollar bills. You know what? I found that as a real hoot. And that proves, by the way, I'm a dad in this district. You can dig into the school finances however you want. They have a rough, you can look at it from a 40,000 foot view, or you can look at it on a real deep level. This also includes little short videos to kind of train you how to do that. And again, these finances in school systems can be very complex, but I really would encourage everybody to kind of visit this. And there's a few things that I learned in Leander ISD and in school districts is you guys love your acronyms. So first acronym that everybody should pretty much learn is VADER, especially as we're going up to elections in November. This is the voter approval tax rate election. And it's basically the means at which we're going to be able to pay our teachers a higher salary as well. I do want to add that there has been some misinformation. The way we're going to approve this is not actually a property tax increase. We have to shift money to pay teachers more, which actually, at the end of the day, when looking at the money, it could actually be a tax decrease, a property tax decrease. As you know, the board is actually working on this as well. So thank you for the tools and resources you have on www.leanderisd.org/smartmoney. I would encourage everybody who's interested in finances to take a look at this. And again, that is why I am all in LISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 8.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Schoening. I'm a parent within Lander ISD. And on May 26th, I left a job I loved, being a substitute teacher. Less than a month prior to that, my family and I attended an after-school event at a local high school. I was not there as a parent or a substitute teacher, but as a community member. At the end of that event, a few of us were still in the lobby waiting for kids to take home. We watched the AP assigned for the event wave to us and walk out. Minutes later, I knew there was an issue when a grown adult male walked into the ladies' restroom. I dropped my purse and went in. Lying there on the floor was an adult who'd overdosed. I honestly thought they had died. In a matter of seconds, another adult and I made quick decisions. 911 was called, and the associate principal to have the AP come back to campus because EMS was on the way. I really could not tell the associate principal what was going on because the people present. They were literally beating this person back into life. They asked for a defibrillator, and I had no clue where they were. I waited until the assigned AP made it back on campus and the doors were open for EMS, but my heart broke for the students' presence. This was not how their special night should have ended. I got home that night and I could not shut off my brain. I went to school the next day as a substitute teacher and I struggled. I let the associate principal know, but it was another teacher who just listened. Ironically, one of the students from the night before found their way to that teacher as well, but no official notification came from the school. It was as if silence was a better concealment than transparency. The opiate epidemic has hit our community whether we wanted to or not, and I saw it firsthand. Narcan is on campuses with RNs now and will be given to others by school principals as they delegate it. This is something the school district nurse and others fought hard for. Narcan can also be picked up at CVS by private individuals per standing order by the state. I know, I got mine for $25. The opiate crisis is impacting all of us. We absolutely need to stand strong against it. We have no choice. This is our community. This is Lander ISD. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 9.
I am Shelley Rouse Ford, and our family has been a part of the Lander School District for 41 years, not quite 1855, but to say we've seen some changes would be an understatement. I am a Texas Parent United in the desire for academic excellence. Every kid deserves the opportunity of a quality education. That's why I support Excel ISD. A commitment to excellence, free of political or ideological bias, is a key component of a thriving public education system. A strong scholastic foundation, including curriculum selection, academic rigor, and quality education, will provide students with the best opportunities and choices for their futures. Excel ISD strongly believes in focusing on the basics. In 2019, according to the Texas Academic Performance Report, slightly less than half of Leander ISD third graders were reading at grade level, and the same was for math. Identifying gaps in learning and offering support to students in core studies empowers those students to develop skills that bring them back up to grade level. Excel ISD believes reading, writing, math, science, and social studies skills should be taught in neutral classrooms without political or ideological bias, as stated in Senate Bill 3. Excel ISD believes in true equity-based teaching by returning to numerical grading to all grade levels. Excel ISD believes in removing instructional materials that are pervasively vulgar or sexually explicit for minors. The district has the power through policy to protect children from materials scientifically known to cause harm. We need a school board that holds our district accountable to follow policy and district leadership unafraid to act. Every kid deserves the opportunity for academic excellence and a strong foundation of basic skills that prepare them for life after school. That's why I support Excel ISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 10.
Thank you. You're a good guy. I'm a former school principal. I made it through, retired, thank goodness. But I'm here in support of our teachers. That's why I support Excel ISD. But Leander has some of the best teachers in Texas. There's no doubt about that. So why are so many leaving? I can't understand it. But why is it hard to attract new teachers? Because teachers need our help and support. Excel ISD believes in fighting for great pay. LISD teachers, on average, earn about $2,300 less than other teachers in the state. The average teacher's pay is about half of the average pay of central administration. Teachers deserve salaries that match inflationary rates, especially at this time. I believe in giving teachers the gift of time. Teachers are in the teaching profession because they love kids. They want to help children learn, but find themselves in endless meetings, pushing paperwork, and saddled with administrative burden. The most common complaint is our teachers need real time for planning and classroom instruction. Let our teachers teach. Excel ISD believes in protecting our teachers. Classroom violence against teachers is up nationwide. 14% of teachers have reported being physically abused. We need to teach our students respect and have a central administration that will have teachers' backs by implementing fair and just student discipline. Keeping a standard of neutral classrooms free from vulgar or sexually inappropriate material is another way to protect our teachers. They're being forced into compromising decisions to break their own personal values or keep their job. Teachers deserve to be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 11.
Yes. Good evening, Board. My name is Jeremy Stark, and I am a Texas parent united in the desire for transparency and accountability from the district and school board. That's why I support Excel ISD. Excel ISD believes in prioritizing spending on instruction, teachers, and students, while reducing administrative overhead. Excel ISD believes in creating clear and separate bond proposals for each specific project. This allows voters the opportunity to make a line item decision based on the merits of each bond package individually. As our community grows, Excel ISD supports adding schools to expanding neighborhoods while maintaining the most effective and efficient per capita spending per child. Community schools build strong communities. Excel ISD believes every school should be maintained and renovated according to a transparent schedule in order to provide a high-quality educational environment. Excel ISD desires the district provide assurances that the training budget is used for academic-related materials, conferences, and trainings free of political or ideological bias. Excel ISD also believes the board is responsible to create and enforce board policies that ensure the district's implementation and compliance with Senate Bill 3. This will ensure neutral instruction materials, supplemental resources, and curriculum that are transparent and accessible to parents. Transparency and accountability are essential in creating trust between the board, district, parents, and community. That's why I support Excel ISD. Visit the website at excelisd.com and unite. That's excelisd.com. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 12. Number 12. Okay, speaker number 13.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. My name is Mike Sanders, and appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak before you tonight. I'd like to say a few comments about agenda item 9B, which is the 10-year long-range plan that's been proposed. First of all, I'd like to say that it's nice to see some of the folks on this Board of Trustees focused on being fiscally responsible. That's, as I read through this plan, that's what I took from it, is that it's a plan that proposes being fiscally responsible. I believe that this Board of Trustees is entrusted with representing the taxpayers of this district, representing the teachers, representing the students, representing the taxpayers. When we waste money, we're not representing the taxpayers by any means, but when we use money wisely, we are representing the taxpayers. Currently, we have a bond that has not yet, we have $140 million in bonds that have not yet been issued, that have been previously approved by voters in the school district. That $140 million in bonds could be used to build, for example, a school in Treviso where we do need a school. This long-range plan doesn't include that, but the folks in Treviso, many of them have expressed a desire to have a school in their neighborhood. That the land is already there, and at the very least, if you folks could just show some good faith towards those folks living in Treviso by just simply using some funds to create some optional architectural drawings. If you would at least make some baby step forward and just create some architectural plans that are proposals, 2 or 3 proposals for a school there in Treviso, that would demonstrate to the voters in Treviso that you do care about them. You're all 5 of you are up for re-election here in November. We need to, the voters of this school district need to see that you care about us. And right now, many voters feel that you don't care about us, that you're more focused on trying to teach sexual activity to little children, and that and then that the interests of normal people in our school district don't matter to you. We don't want adults teaching sexual activity to little children. We don't want homosexuality being promoted to little children in 2nd and 3rd grade in our schools. We don't want that. Now, there may be a small, tiny segment of our population that does want that, but the vast majority of our population does not. And so we want to ask you to be, to take into account the voters in this school district and represent us more accurately. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 14.
Good evening. My name is Mark McMillian. I'm a Texas Parent United in the desire to support parental rights. That's why I support Excel ISD. The Texas Education Code states, quote, "Parents shall be encouraged to actively participate in creating and implementing educational programs for their children. Unless otherwise prohibited by law, a board of trustee, administrator, educator, or other person may not limit parental rights." Excel ISD believes that pre-K through 12 classrooms and campuses should be solely focused on the basics of academic rigor. Our students deserve a solid education that's built on a strong foundation. Excel ISD believes parents have the right and responsibility to teach their values, traditions, and belief systems to their own children. Schools are responsible for providing a strong education free from bias that contradict those values and beliefs. Excel ISD believes the district has a responsibility to ensure a safe, neutral teaching environment using age-appropriate materials without political or ideological bias as stated in Senate Bill 3. This is to protect children while teaching the fundamentals that will ensure academic excellence. Parental rights in Leander ISD deserve to be honored. And that's why we support Excel ISD. Thank you.
Speaker number 15. Thank you. Speaker number 15.
Thank you, Board of Trustees and Dr. Gehring for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I first want to say to all of our LGBTQ+ students, parents, community members, you are valid, you are worthy. I am glad to see that our teachers and our librarians are allowing age-appropriate representation in their libraries and classrooms so that our kids can see their parents in the stories they read, so that they can talk about both of their parents and feel comfortable that it's a safe space to talk about the fact that they may have two moms or two dads, because we have many families in our district like that, and allowing books that show experiences of kids with two moms and kids of two dads is not sexualizing children any more than it is for me to tell a kid that I have a husband, or for my kids to talk about their parents who happen to be a mom and dad. Those are age-appropriate stories for kids to learn about the different types of families that we have in our society so that everyone can feel safe. Many of our schools in this district have done an amazing job of building safe spaces for our students. There is tons of research that shows that kids who are hungry cannot learn. Kids that are scared and don't feel safe cannot learn. Thank you for all you do to help our students feel safe through representation in literature, through the many steps you guys take to keep our campuses secure. Recently, Del Valle ISD Board of Trustees adopted a resolution on gun violence prevention. If you haven't already, I recommend you look at it, and you look at ways when you're looking at your legislative action to encourage our representatives to find ways to help protect our students that does not add to the burden that our teachers already face, that does not continue to put our schools down a track of looking like a prison. Our kids are coming to school to learn, to make friends, to learn how to act in society, not to be locked behind closed doors. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 16.
Hi, my name is Paul Gauthier. Good evening, board. I've been bringing this board with me for months now. And as we stop paying the INS so we can pay the M&O, this is becoming more and more real. And as I look at the budget that you guys are proposing tonight, I love the part where it says total revenues $370 million and change, and total expenditures $397 million and change. Now, when I went to public school, when you spent more than you had, that means you need to get that money from somewhere else. Oh, right, we have a savings account, but it is now being steadily depleted because we keep doing this year after year after year. Yet last year was $25 million in deficit you approved. This year, if you approve the budget projected, it'll be $26 million in change, starting with a deficit. Now, how much millions did we finish with a deficit this past year? I don't trust you as a board. You haven't been doing the job we've asked you to. This is supposed to be a trust between the community and us. You're supposed to spend our money wisely on the kids. You have them 8 hours of a day, Monday through Friday, and there's no trust. I talked to lots and lots of people. In fact, I was recently speaking with some graduates who found out they were graduating with an A and a B, the two of them, but as they went to school, they were having a hard time because their A and B was not qualified for the colleges they wanted to go into. They didn't make those grades. They were not qualified. Just like I had talked about earlier this year, a sixth grader was only a 50-50 chance of learning how to read. It doesn't get better as they get older at their grade level. It gets harder. The work gets harder. This money is a reflection of all of that. Everything you guys are doing is wrong. I really wish I had more to say, but I've been telling these numbers for a while. And in my own neighborhood right now, there are more people, individuals, selling their houses than there ever has been that is a non-builder. It's pretty shocking to some people because they're like, if these numbers come true, and they are, according to your expenditures of spending more money than we have, because what we really need to do is go to the administration office and say, we could cut it down to 20% its current level. Some insiders have told me we could handle that, and that would literally save millions. So would we have to do the Voltaire? Because I don't trust you guys doing it. I have nothing more to say.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 17.
Good evening, I'm Mrs. Pogson. I'll be reading part 1 of 3 of a citizen's comment. I have a disclaimer for myself and the readers of parts 2 and 3, which will be immediately following my speaker time. Disclaimer. Let me start out by saying I will be reading graphic content. Please remove any children from ear reach. Some of what I am about to speak about can be very triggering for some. We've had students leave the district over books like these. They were not willing to re-traumatize their children on a regular basis. Innocence. When we think of education, we think about the fundamentals that will build citizens that have the best foundation to start their adult lives. Today, we know that the current education of children pre-K through 12 grade includes curriculum and programs in which adults in leadership in the LISD have chosen to incorporate levels of exposure to sexual content, including and not limited to the introduction of sexual attractions on elementary campuses. Tonight I'm reading the book Crank. Crank is located on 7 campuses in LISD. The book contains explicit excerpts involving sexual intercourse and sexual battery involving minors and explicit excerpts sensualizing illegal drug use. If it were a movie, it would be categorized as NC-17. NC-17 replaces the classification of X. By definition, these movies are considered too adult for any child to see, and no one under 17 is permitted in a movie theater with the classification, even with an adult. NC-17 is based on not just obscene or pornographic content, it's based on violent sex, aberrational behavior, and drug abuse. As the readers read this book, Crank, please remember that many books have gone through the reconsideration process. Not one book has been removed in the approved process of the board. Please understand that you are allowing innocence of children to be taken away because your current EF local allows it to happen.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Speaker number 17. Speaker number 18.
So you ask, how do these books stay in the Lander ISD? Well, according to the review committee, during the reconsideration process, a book that has won awards is a fundamental reason to keep the book. If the book is meeting the author's purpose, and it also states, because it meets the standard. By that standard, then all books stay no matter what. Don't authors write for the purpose they set out to write about as an author? All books meet the author's purpose. Before I start reading, picture yourself at age 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. Picture your child who will be this age, who is this age, or who was this age reading this book. Create pictures in your brain. Create that film, which is what you do when you read, right? At this time, we encourage families to not allow their children to listen as the passages from the book Crank are being read out loud. Remember, our children are reading these books, sometimes out loud in class and discussion groups. If the children are being exposed to this trauma, so should the adults that are allowing this. We used to do Coke, tilt, just say no, put the stuff out, reach. Now it's Crank, meth, the monster. It's a bitch on the body, but damn do you fly. If a little's good, more must be great, right? Like an idiot, I took 1, 2, there I was, snorting Crank with my dad, boyfriend, and his girlfriend. Yo, I think this bitch has been cranking. That was license enough. Bodies bumped, pushed me into a doorway. Ever done a threefer? You're 13, 14, 15. You're reading about threesomes. Hands covered my mouth, rough, held my arms, strong, tore my clothes, vicious. Fear danced up my spine, jolted my brain, dripped onto the ground. No, I screamed into dirty flesh, not this way. Buttons burst, zippers opened. I closed my eyes, braced for pain.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 19.
I will be continuing from the last reader. And again, this is very graphic, so just warning you. And if our high school kids are reading this, and it's this profound to you guys, you should be on our side. It started with a kiss-cranked, revved pistons firing full bore, passion firecracked in tiny bursts from that belly button. Oh, baby, I want you bad. But bad to the bone. We laughed, but it wasn't all right. Not for long, my short tore open. Wait, I waited for weeks. Put up or shut up. Kiss segued to bites, bruises, pain rippled through my body. Brendan, please stop. No, you promised me, you damn little tease. Off came my shorts, down with his zipper. I realized I was in serious trouble. I'll scream, go ahead, no one can hear you but skunks and coyotes. Still, as I opened my mouth, his hand slapped down on it. Those sublime muscles hardened. Just relax, you'll love it. My brand new Victoria's Secret shredded, and I felt the worst of Brendan pause, savoring my terror. They all love it. Had he done it a different way, I might have responded with excitement, but instead I froze as he pushed inside. There it is. Oh God, there it is. It went all right with an incredible tear. Pain mushroomed into agony, and all I could do was go stiff. You're a lying bitch. I laid there sobbing as he worked and sweated over me, stoked by the monster it took him so long to finish. Give me a line and I'll give you an encore. He pulled away sticky and bloody, throbbing inside and out. I didn't move. I didn't dare look him in the eye. What the hell is the matter with you, Bree? I stared up at the clouds gathering into gloom, shutting out the moon. I know several of you on this board have stated you wouldn't want your kids reading these books. Then when's enough? Are you waiting to see the impact these books will have on our kids and then you'll make a decision? We believe students deserve an education that delivers the best foundation for career success. We do not think that it's necessary to deny them their childhood by exposing them to this filth and harmful content, whether they have won an award or the author has written for its purpose. You guys should be ashamed of yourself, every single one of you.
Thank you, Speaker. One more speaker. Speaker number 20.
Good evening. I am all in for the community that I've been able to build in my personal and professional life in LISD. I was lucky enough that when I got my master's, I attended a program that was a 5th-year master's program with a cohort of about 15 people. So I had a built-in community my first year. During our master's year, we did student teaching for a full contract year with the teacher while we took classes, and there were people at my school who were also student teaching. We were able to plan together. I was planning with a PLC and with a small learning community. After that year, I moved 3 hours away from where I went to school, and I had my first year teaching all on my own, and it was a complete disaster. I didn't have a PLC. We had academies, but we didn't really have department meetings. We didn't really have team meetings. We didn't plan together. And luckily, I found myself a mentor on my own who was able to help me just survive. When I came to LISD, which was several hours away from where I was before, I was really nervous because at that point I was already thinking, I don't know if I can do this. After that first year, it was so rough. And when I got here and I was in a PLC, I was like, this is amazing. We planned together. The transition was so seamless for me. It was the easiest year I had had yet. I had lesson plans, I had people to bounce ideas off of, we were able to respond to what the kids needed in the moment, and that was all thanks to the structures that LISD put in place. Each year since then, I've been able to kind of expand my community. It went from my PLC to other people on my campus. That went from other people on my campus to other people teaching the same thing across the district, which expanded to other people just teaching English across the district. And now I'm in community with people at all grade levels, teaching all subjects. I've had the opportunity to work on committees for different content areas and to participate in district work that's connected me to people all across this district. Without them, I wouldn't have the support that I need to be a teacher. Being a teacher is really hard, it's very draining, you're giving a lot to your students every single day, and you need people to be in community with you to support that, whether that's by providing you resources or emotional support and encouragement, and all of that has made a huge, huge difference. All in LISD really just wants to support that community building that we're already doing in LISD. We want to make sure we keep having the resources we need and the structures in place to make sure that every single person is successful, whether they be a student, a staff member, a family member, a community member. We want everyone to be able to experience that same community feel that I have. So we want to make sure that we fully fund our district and we support our professionals in every way we can so that everyone can be successful. And that's why I'm all in for LISD.
All right, thank you, Speaker. All right, that concludes the citizen comments portion of our agenda. We'll move on to our next item, which is our public hearing. We'll start off with a presentation regarding the optional flexible school day program reapplication for New Hope High School.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. Thank you for having us this evening so we could talk about the optional flexible school day program that we use at New Hope High School. So the purpose of this informational hearing right now is to just present the information and to provide a little background and context of what OFSDP does for New Hope High School. So an OFSDP, that's that optional flexible school day funding, can be deployed at any alternative learning high school. So New Hope High School is actually classified as that. What it allows students to do is typically earmarked for students that are at risk or have dropped out, and it also helps with some of our students that sometimes get denied credit due to excessive attendance. So whenever we actually submit this to the state, what this does is this allows us to be able to put students in one of two buckets, essentially a regular calendar bucket or an OFSDP bucket. The reason that we use that at New Hope High School is because our students enter and exit the program at multiple times throughout the year. It's a rolling enrollment system. And then some of those students have been unsuccessful on some of our comprehensive campuses or had life circumstances that have just gotten in their way of their education. So OFSDP assists them in that process. It also allows us to capture attendance whenever we're doing some of our evening classes and things like that through our Twilight program as well. It also extends to credit recovery. OFSDP is an application that we submit to the state annually, and then on the backs of that annual submission, we also have to hold this public hearing in case there's any comments or questions from the community. And so that way we can actually submit that application, and it allows us to still have that avenue at New Hope High School. So it doesn't replace traditional attendance. It gives us an additional tool in our toolbox to be able to meet students where we are. This is one of the tools that allows us to design schools around the individual needs of each and every student in our district. This last year, it helped us actually graduate the highest number of students that has ever happened in history in New Hope High School. So we had about 116 graduates. And so that was actually phenomenal considering we're coming out of COVID, and we anticipate that need increasing again for the next few years as some of those students were impacted by COVID and now are entering their junior and senior year of high school. So we're not actually asking for a decision to be made tonight. We will actually ask at the next board meeting for you to make that decision. And so we'll go ahead and open up the floor to public comments at this time.
All right, board members, before your questions begin, let's go ahead and do public comments. We have one speaker that signed up, speaker number 1.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation, and thank you for, once again, opportunity to address the board on this item. It caught my eye when I went through the agenda items because, for one thing, I was like, where's New Hope High School? And when I saw where it is, I'm always over there. And also, it caught my attention because I've been involved with this kind of tangentially for the last decade. I'm one of the in-district heroes mentors. I work with kids who are at risk. I'm also one of the mentors in the county system that deals with truant kids who wind up in court. So my real brief presentation is kind of connected to my previous comment about community engagement, is that I highly support the program. I recommend. I didn't realize that it was an annual thing. I didn't know where New Hope High School was, but I highly, highly support it. It's part of one of the reasons why it's one of the drivers dealing with at-risk kids of dropping out, GED, or just not even finishing. I work with them. I read your program one-on-one, oftentimes in school during Heroes, or in the truancy separate, apart from school. And it's a partnership with parents in both cases. So this citizen's comment, highly, highly recommend.
All right, thank you, speaker. All right, board members, any questions? All right, will this be on our consent agenda for next time?
Yes, ma'am, unless there's any other further questions, that is our plan at that time.
All right, well, board members, if you have any questions between now and then, be sure to reach out. Otherwise, we'll see it on consent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to our next agenda item, public hearing and, of course, accelerated instruction.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. I'm Kimberly Waltman, and I have Jennifer Freeman, our Director of Intervention Services, here to present to you and hold a public hearing on end-of-course accelerated instruction and the effectiveness of accelerated instruction. So as a reminder, our state requirements for House Bill 5 requires that students fulfill the 5 content areas for their STAR EOC or a substitute assessment, and that's in English 1, English 2, Algebra 1, Biology, and U.S. History. Any student that is not satisfactory or does not meet standard on those EOCs must receive an intervention, and we have to evaluate the effectiveness of those interventions, and that's what we are here to do today. This first set of data that we have for you takes a look at the 2021, so that's spring of 2021 data, and the EOC first attempt snapshot. What I want to point out on this data set here is that we have removed the students that did not sit for the test so that we can look at the students that did test and see their academic performance. And so you can see the blue there that passed or met requirement, and the yellow there that did not pass, but they did sit for the assessment. And I do want to point out, and we did provide some additional data for you, that these data points here we're very proud to share that they are very close to typical data historically for Leander ISD for the first attempt in the EOC assessments. Here, we have given you a snapshot, adding those students back in that did not sit for the assessment, so you can see the whole picture of our students. So that dark color there are students that made a certain score on the PSAT, so they had a substitute assessment for their EOC. The lighter blue are students that met standard when they took their EOC assessment. The gray are those students that did not test, and we do want to point out that this is a larger number for us than usual for the students that did not test. And yellow are the students that tested but did not meet standard.
Okay, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the types of accelerated instruction that we offer, how we categorize it, and then what that data looks like as well. So first off, we have our summer reviews. Last year we did this in a virtual synchronous fashion, and typically that's our most, our most successful intervention type that we see. The second one is classroom interventions, that's structured small group and support, and that is usually depending on the campus. That could be advisory, that could be push into classrooms, that could be, a couple different models. Tutorials is that classroom intervention, but then also intervention that's provided outside the school day. And I do want to note that the classroom interventions and tutorials have been largely supported by our student success facilitators, and I hope that you see what I see as far as looking at the data and the difference that those positions have helped make. So typically what we see is for each review, we look at the pass rate after accelerated instruction. So basically, of all the students that participated in summer review as their primary mode of intervention, this is the percentage that passes. So in the blue, you'll see 56%, and that is pretty in line with the last couple of years. So we typically score, and you'll see that yellow dotted line, around 50 to 55%, and it's usually our most like I said, effective review that we have. However, this year, we see a huge difference in our classroom interventions. Typically, they run around 20 to 30% in effectiveness, but we actually see them surpass our summer review information, which is very exciting for us and really is a celebration of the work on behalf of our staff. The 26%, I know that looks a little bit lower, that's classroom interventions plus tutorials that could happen before or after school. But I do want to let you know that a lot of the students that participate in this usually have a larger amount of ground to cover because they are the ones that are receiving the most interventions that are provided. So on top of this, we want to show you the cumulative pass rate. So as Ms. Waltman shared with you at the beginning, we had in blue our percentages that we started out with, and then our additional numbers are in green that bring us up to what you see as far as the 84, 90, 86, 85, and 92%. So the big thing that I would like to point out in this area is that we have the inset of the 2019 cumulative pass rate. And hopefully you can see that typically the amount in yellow is the number of passers that we recoup as we do interventions and retests through July and December. And hopefully you notice that it is a little bit larger this year in each of those categories. So just as an example, Algebra 1, when we look back at our last typical testing year, that was 18-19, we saw about 3% growth in Algebra 1. This year, I'm proud to say we have gained 12% with our intervention support. Biology, similar, we were at 1% and now at 7%. English 2 went from 4 to 10, US history 1 to 8. So you can see in lots of the different areas that we have actually increased the number of students that we've been able to get to passing after the interventions were given. Actually, just so you know, too, across the board, if you looked at all of the tests that were given in that one-year cycle, we actually had 91% of our testers be able to meet their standard on the STAR tests. Okay. And this leads us to our SB 149 summary. This was legislation that was passed to allow students who were not able to meet the requirement on up to 2 EOC tests to graduate by an alternate standard. So they typically do a project. They meet all the LISD credit requirements. They attempt the offered EOC administrations, and they attend a lot of the interventions, and they're looked at by a committee. So really, when you think about it, this is the culmination of the work that we're trying to do. So out of the 3,100 graduates that we had this past year, only 42 were required to graduate through IGC. And as you can see, our numbers have actually gone down in this regard from 2020 to 2022. So I believe we open it up for public hearing at this point.
So if we can wait members before our question, we'll go ahead and open up to public hearing. Same rules apply, citizen comments. Speaker number 1.
Good evening, trustees. When I read through this agenda item, I was reminded of an experience that we had when our son was in the 8th grade at Leander Middle School. He was studying Algebra 1, and he had always been an AB student previous to that, but the teacher, the way that the teacher was teaching that class was very different. She, instead of giving instruction during the daytime when the kids were in school, she told them that they were going to watch videos at home, and that's how they were going to get their instruction. And then when they came to school, that's when she would answer their questions for them. Well, for my son, that didn't work. He didn't spend the time watching the videos, and so he wasn't learning Algebra 1. And I didn't know, but he was hiding his report cards from me, and I didn't learn until almost the end of the, well, it was about halfway through the 9-week period in the second semester before I learned that he had been failing algebra. Well, I'm an electronic engineer. Algebra is a simple subject for me, and I could easily have intervened for my son if I just would have known, but the teacher didn't tell me. And so we went and had an intervention with the AP, and the AP there was wonderful. He we sat down and all expressed ourselves. Joshua expressed himself. The teacher expressed herself. And I asked the teacher in front of everyone there, I said, when you have a student who's failing in your class, what do you usually do? And she said, well, I let them fail to teach them a lesson. And I said, and I repeated what she had just said. I said, you let them fail to teach them a lesson. And she said, that's right. And I looked over at the AP, and he looked at me, and we were both speechless. I told them, things are going to change from now on, and he agreed with me. He said, things are going to be very different from now on. And I said, maybe you folks can't give my son homework, but I can give him homework. I can give him 2 or 3 hours a day of homework. And I said, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to give me a textbook, an Algebra 1 textbook. And I'm going to use the questions in that textbook, and I'm going to go through, and I'm going to teach my son at home. And so that's what we did. And we were able, and the AP was allowed him to go back and take the test that he had failed previously because he hadn't been learning the material, and very graciously allowed him to go back and do that. And at the end of the year, he got a B in Algebra 1. He moved from an F already starting that second semester to a B at the end of the semester. And so intervention is very important, and I'm really glad to hear that you're doing this in an official capacity, and I hope that parents as well recognize the value of this. I've seen parents complaining on social media about their kids having to go to this type of an intervention, but it makes all the difference. Doing homework and getting personalized instruction makes all the difference for children. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Board members, any questions?
I have a question. I just want to say I love our student success facilitator positions. Y'all know how much I love early intervention and intervention. It reminds me of the continuous improvement video we saw catching kids up at the stream. My question is when we're, I think it's slide, the types of accelerated instruction, what I'm looking for is these classroom interventions and tutorials. What is, I know you're not going to have this, but like what is the average, you know where I'm going with this, where's the average as regards to how long are we keeping them in intervention? Are we doing the tier 1, 2, tier 3 intervention? And what does that process look like? I guess like I'm curious, out of this year, these interventions, types of instruction, classes and groups we've been doing, what percentage of those students are going on and getting services for special education? Are we seeing an increase in enrollment? What does that look like?
I would say first that, it has looked a little bit different as far as the landscape because of HB 4545. So we do have some criteria that's set by the state as to what this intervention needs to look like. We have looked at it because it is one data point. We look at several different data points when we start looking at referrals for RTI and that type of support. But students are receiving the support because, basically, the support is pretty robust. But we are continuing, we're always watching and looking at all the measures of data through the lens of the RTI committee.
So would these students, I guess, be in that little group, I guess? Because when a student is in RTI, right, there's a whole, we have our RTI system. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
So we track them similar, the students that are receiving intervention under HB 4545, if there's no other indicators, then we are tracking them and looking at the progress that they are making, much like we do for RTI. So it's not too different of a process. In fact, our documentation instruments are very similar.
I'd just like some clarification on slide number 8. Why you said you used the 2019, that was the last time that the data was?
It was the spring 2019 test. So we always start with the spring prior to when we're reporting and look at that year. So that spring of 2019 was really the last year that we had a normal type of STAR cycle.
Okay. Because this was just in board book in general, the 2021, which.
So we look at the data that Ms. Waltman presented was from the spring 2021 STAR test. And then we look at how students performed on that test and then how many we were able to get to passing in additional, like during the July and December retests.
So we're always looking at data a year behind because this is about that accelerated instruction and the student response to that accelerated instruction over the summer or during classroom interventions.
Because the cumulative pass rates for 91 was very different. It looked much higher.
So I will say that our pass rates from, it was different in 2020 because it was based on course credit. The students were not required to take the STAR, so it could look very different because of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, my questions are along the same vein. One of the things that maybe doesn't come through as transparently in the presentation is the number of students receiving interventions in this cycle significantly higher, is it not, than in previous cycles? In other words, the initial passing rate lower than typical, therefore more students receiving intervention. I think you highlighted the success of the interventions, a much higher rate of success in those interventions, but I think to Sade's questions in slide 8, in spite of that work, we still have more students not passing or a higher percentage of students not meeting those objectives. So that seems to me to suggest that we still have significant work to do for some of those students. Can you talk to us a little bit about those students who are still not passing and what the path looks like for them?
So again, and that's why we kind of highlight the IGC numbers, because really that is the culmination of the efforts that we get to. So when a student graduate our system, they have to at least pass 3 of the EOCs in order to graduate. under that. So when we think about it, we have 44 out of 3,100 graduates that had to take an alternate route. So I would say that that would, in itself show the success of our programs. As far as speaking to the percentages that you were talking about, we are about 4 to 5% off from where we typically are. But we still feel like that is a very strong performance given the challenges that we've had over the past year.
These percentages, do they also include students receiving special education services?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome.
And that actually went down. The number of students that receive special education services decreased, that did not meet standard on the first attempt.
All right, anybody else? All right, thank you very much. All right, board members, this concludes our public hearing. We'll be moving on to our consent agenda. If there's not a motion to sever, I need a motion and a second to approve.
I move the consent agenda items be approved as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. This is something that was mentioned a little earlier, so we always try to pick it's become a game now to see if I can pick a picture that'll get mentioned in board member comments at the beginning of the board meeting. So this was our elders panel. From the right-hand side, you see Eric Haug, Mona Aiken, Tom Glenn, and Ron Lefevers. We had a student who attended the full 3-day training with our Academy members, David Dale, and then you can see Lauren Houses, one of our assistant principals. And not pictured here, but sitting right next to Lauren was our very own Dr. Sarah Grissom. And so this was the culmination of our Academy, and we're very proud of the fact that we now are running David Langford's 4-day institutes in-house with our own Leander ISD Leander Way. So we're very proud of the work that is happening across the district in continuous improvement. Let's talk about COVID for a second, if we can. This is a picture of the whole school year from last year, and we just wanted to give a quick reminder of where we've been and where we are right now. And so you can see that we're in a fairly good place, but we're continuing to watch those numbers carefully because you know what happened at the start of school last year, and so we're going to continue to stay vigilant and make sure that we can manage as we go forward. These were our weekly positive cases as a district, just to highlight what that looks like over the school year, and then our 7-day average of positive cases through the school year as well. Our enrollment numbers, we're ending just over 42,000 students in the district. We continue to see stability there, and then we'll watch that very carefully, of course, as we start to get into late July and early August, preparing for the start of school, August 17th. Attendance in our last week or so, of course, always falls off, and so you can see those last 2 days were not very kind to us. And that's important because of the financial implications that has for the district. So just a quick reminder that we did struggle with attendance all year long, for good reason, as you've just seen from some of the previous slides. So we ended the fourth 6 weeks at an average ADA of 92.5. Due to the state's intervention and the hold harmless provision, we adjusted that to 96.03, which was the average of the first 4-6 weeks from the year before. And so that got us close to where we were budgeted at 96%. But then the fifth 6 weeks, we had almost 94%. And the sixth 6 weeks, we don't have final numbers yet, but we expect them to come in very close to that 94 number as well. Switching gears a little bit, we did celebrate at the end of the year 9 graduations altogether. So here you can see just a few pictures from the 6 comprehensive high schools. But I want to make sure that we remember that we had graduates that you just heard about from New Hope High School on the bottom of this one, and also graduates from our 18+ Self program. 2 different graduations for them, one at Seton Hospital for some of our students who are already gainfully employed and really working towards being completely independent. And so we celebrated a large number of students. In fact, 3,338 graduates, and you can see the breakdown of those numbers for the different high schools, including our 18+ program. And not only that, but our graduates are going into the world extremely well prepared. And so we wanted to give you a little snapshot of some of the student participation in some key programs. Our dual credit program with ACC, we had over 1,200 students involved in that program. In our Texas Scholars program, and that is students who are graduating on the LISD Distinguished with Honors graduation plan, over 2,000 of those students. And we had 2,300 of our students in the Advanced Placement program, and more again in the IB program. And we actually graduated 606 students with industry-based certifications who will go into the next phase of their life very well prepared. And just another quick shot of our Continuous Improvement Academy, and we thank board members Trish Bodie and Anna Smith for attending with us on the last day and getting to experience what continuous improvement means in Leander ISD, along with the Leander Way. And again, I just want to mention that we did open this invitation for the first time to students to truly engage 100% with the adults in continuous improvement learning. And we had one student who took us up on that offer and stayed all 3 days, and really was a powerful, powerful influence in the learning that we did together as a district. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Board members, any questions? All right, well, Dr. Gehring, you're on a roll. Are you going to be presenting student experience case studies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Just roll right
we'll go ahead and move
that.
into that agenda item.
All right, I'm going to roll through these really quickly. If you were at State of the District, these are the same stories that I told at the State of the District, so I'm not going to do them in as much detail. The reason that I'm bringing this to you tonight is that it is extremely important as we continue to look at our guiding documents, as we continue to understand what our core beliefs and our vision and our mission is, and how we're going to accomplish the graduate profile through our strategic plan. It's important for me that we understand that our ultimate goal is the students that we're graduating out of our system. So those 3,338 that we just graduated out of our system, how well they meet the tenets of the graduate profile is our measure of success. And so we are starting to look very carefully at case studies of students within the system. Right now, we're looking at those that are graduated, that recently graduated out of the system, but we're also going to be digging deep into students who are in other parts of our system all throughout the system, from early childhood all the way through their senior year. And so you've seen already, in this moment, I want you to not focus so much on Tim, but focus on the 3 adults who are sitting behind on the stage. You can see Kimberly Waltman and Trish Bodie and myself, and just the joy on the faces of those adults as Tim really took that moment and really seized it. This is a student who is going out into the world to be as independent as he can possibly be, and we're celebrating him really reaching his potential, and that celebration is something that we should never forget. That moment is something that we should be striving for every single day. We graduate students out of New Hope High School. Some of these students have lost hope before they come to New Hope High School, and they regain the momentum that they need to accomplish a very significant moment in their life, which is high school graduation, and allows them then to step forward into the next part of their journey. And so, yes, we're about 18 plus, and yes, we're about New Hope High School, but we're also about our comprehensive high schools and the incredible experience that our students have inside our comprehensive high schools. And Alice is just one example of the brilliance that we see shining through our comprehensive high schools when given the opportunity to excel at extremely high levels. And so Alice is going on to a very prestigious university after really wrangling her way off the wait list with the help of several adults in this system. And so what that demonstrated to me was that even in that moment of success, when she'd been accepted to some really incredible programs, she was not satisfied, and she was willing to go the extra mile to make sure that she achieved her dream school. Andrew Barker is headed off to the Marine Corps to serve our country and defend our freedom. And this is another path that's possible when we provide what's necessary for our students to be the best that they can be when they engage in their interests and their passions. And so we celebrate students very similar to Andrew who are choosing to serve their country. And then students like Jenna Thomas who are exiting our system with industry certifications that are setting them up for success immediately out of high school. And if that's right for people like Jenna, then our job should be to make sure that we maximize that potential as they're exiting our system. And so it's about multiple different paths for multiple different students. And our job is to make sure that we connect students to their interests and passions, that we keep them curious, that we really unleash their genius. And those are the words that you've used in the founding documents that we've decided are important as we aim towards our graduate profile. So we'll continue to bring you the stories of our students across the system who are striving to meet the tenets of our graduate profile. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. Board members, we do have a robust agenda. We also have a long closed session. So what we're going to do is we're going to take up a closed session part of it. We're going to go ahead and at 7:53 p.m. we're going to go into closed session. Yes, you can take a restroom break before we go to closed session. Yes, but we'll go into closed session for a few items here. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel reorganization of the Board of Trustees. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel evaluation of the Chief Audit Executive. Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. There'll be no action taken in closed. We'll return to open for any action. All right, board members, it is 9:35. We are back in open session. Do I have any motions from closed?
Okay, I have a motion. Ready? I move to nominate Trish Bode as president of the Lander ISD Board of Trustees. Did I just name them all? Okay. I move to nominate Dr. Glorias Gonzalez Delakia as vice president of the Lander ISD Board of Trustees. I move to nominate Alexis Grimes as secretary of the Lander ISD Board of Trustees.
I have a motion from Anna. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? Abstention? We have 6 ayes, no nays, 1 abstention. Motion carries. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda. And I understand we have guests here, so we'll move to our agenda item. Under Operations C, 3, consider approval of food services management contract.
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustees. Tonight we're bringing forward the contract for Sodexo being named through our RFP process. So this, to remind you, we went to RFP in December after TDA audit findings and sent that out for RFP. The award was approved by TDA 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Obviously, we're a little bit of a time crunch because the contract ends June 30th and the new contract would start July 1st. So that is the reason we're asking for actionable item this evening.
Board members, any questions? I have a question. Can you clarify to me what has changed with the contract and approval? Because we changed it.
So there are a few changes that from the last time that we went out to RFP. The biggest one being the employees. We understand that in the school system we can't make changes on the fly. And this is some conversations that we've had as we've had speakers come and talk to us, and daily conversations with our staff that we have working tirelessly every single day in our schools. And so with that, we know that there's different needs that happen. Being a school system, we can't just say, hey, we want to give you a raise right in the middle of the year all the time because of budget constraints and things like that. So going to private companies and allowing or having them have some ownership in the employees, they're able to make those changes on the fly and be able to do some things differently than we can do as a school system. So that's one of the biggest changes and one of the biggest reasons for doing that piece. Also, allowing or having ownership with those employees that would like to stay, that have been with us. We have many employees that have 20 plus years with Leander ISD. Obviously, they will have a choice to stay or to move to that private contract also. So that's the biggest piece with that.
And so if they stay, they retain their benefits?
Yes, ma'am.
And then can you tell me what changed with TDA's process on the contract?
So it is pretty vast. So I've not been a part of the RFP process previously, but I can tell you from the conversations I've had with other school districts, other people in my position in other areas, and I know Elaine's had several conversations with other CFOs too, there's been a lot of changes within TDA. So the reason we had to go out to RFP was because we had been in cost reimbursable. USDA came through and said basically to TDA that you can't do these type things. So through our findings, they now mandate that everyone school districts are on fixed cost contracts, which is what we will be moving into on this new one.
I have a question. So employees will have a choice. But what if we have employees that have been here for 20 years and they want to apply for a senior position? And that's where I know I'd asked that question. I haven't really found out. I'm concerned that they would lose their LISD position to apply for a senior leadership, which then they would also lose their TRS, wouldn't they?
So they would not be able to retain their TRS if they move to the private contract, correct?
So they wouldn't be able to apply for...
They will be able to, my understanding, and we haven't got into all the finite details. We do have Sodexo representatives here this evening, but ultimately my hope and what we're going to move towards is that they will be able to apply for those senior positions. So if they have an assistant director position now and they want to become assistant team lead, but they want to be moved to a team lead, that doesn't necessarily tie them. So if a team lead leaves, it's not now hiring a Sodexo team lead. It would be, we would still try to promote within, as our model has been through the years past.
So they
would not. They would still stay an LISD employee if they so choose to stay.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. What about the different programs that our current vendor is partnering with different high schools and different things? What happens to all those programs?
So some of our students that are coming in and assisting, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, like Flavor Fest and just Philip working with our Glen Culinary students, our Cedar Park High School culinary students. Just we've had a very good, robust back and forth and engaging student experience and expanding that student experience. And so I want to make sure that we're honoring that student voice and choice and that we are not losing ground.
No, all the conversations we've had thus far have lended itself to being exactly the same things, if not trying to expand on some of those from my conversations with Sodexo so far.
Do we know what their pay scale looks like?
I don't. They did ask for ours through the RFP process, so they are aware of what our current rates are, and we've also shared what was just recently passed by the board, so that they know exactly where our employees are currently.
Is there a reason, do we not need to know where theirs is so that we have an idea of what we're trying to?
So unfortunately through the, or fortunately or unfortunately, through the TDA process of approval, that's not part of the criteria for selection. It's based off of what our overall pay scale is, and then they submit bids based off of that. And so that's one section of a 12-tiered section summary and scoring. But they're going to have to be competitive to be able to supply our personnel.
I can go. Okay. So quick question. It was our board memo back in December, right? We get an update about this, and my big issue in all of this is a government agency taking away our control. That's my big issue, local control, right? Telling us what we need to do. My issue, it says it was prompted by an audit of TDA. Was that an audit of TDA done on LASD, or was it completely everybody? And for the move to the RFP process was prompted by an audit of TDA. So I'm trying to understand, was it an audit on LASD, or was it a bigger audit, I guess, in general for Texas and nutrition and all that other good stuff?
So I don't know when the TDA audit happened by USDA, but this was specific to us that started in July 21st. We're coming up on a full year before, we haven't closed out the audit yet.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. And then also, do we know of any other districts in the state of Texas who, it's what happened to us, basically. We're having to cancel our contract a year ahead and being, I guess, I don't want to say forced, but under the new regulations, going to a different provider. Do you know other districts that had this happen?
Yes, ma'am, there's been several.
Do you have a ballpark? Just wondering.
I don't know how many, but I do know that there's 5 to 7 in the local area that have had to have.
So it's not anything that Lander ISD did, nothing negative. This is just part of the audit and what we need to do as far as going to a fixed cost agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think back on Sade's questioning, I'm concerned, and I'm sure y'all have already looked into this, but having employees working side by side and us not knowing their pay scale, I'm worried about people on a cafeteria line And are we going to be paying, are the LISD employees going to be making significantly more, significantly less? I mean, we can all foresee those issues of people having the same jobs or being, how are we going to manage that? I mean, I think not knowing how much their start pay is really concerning to me, that we just, you know, we just passed our starting wage, and not knowing what theirs is concerning.
So when I did some research for the RFP process itself, they were competitive with all the districts that they were working with, Sodexo specifically, on pay wages, meaning if they were not the exact same, they were more than what that district provided. I can't tell you an exact number because we haven't set that forth, and they haven't told me what those scales will look like, but I can tell you that when they have postings in other districts that have similar contracts to this, it has been the exact same wages 90% of the time from what I've seen, or slightly higher than what that school district may be.
If it's higher, then I guess our employees would have the choice to then
correct
quit LISD.
And the other piece is we can't afford to offer less wages than what LISD is paying, because we won't have any staff to be able to work and to do that. And that's part of the contract is the staffing piece.
Obviously, with everything that's going on, there's a little bit of disruption in sort of our local market or in this area. If the vendor struggles to adequately staff the positions that need to be in place for us to execute our program effectively, what happens, or how do we manage that?
So obviously the working relationship with myself, John, and the rest of the team with Sodexo is something that's continuous and will be happening. Lots of conversations around that, but part of the contract is having that staffed at certain ratios, making that as part of the performance standards.
It's difficult for me because it's sounding so much like ESS, like the transition and not meeting up to those numbers. Yeah, I know that COVID played a part, but can there be something in here? Oh, actually, two things. So the fixed cost contract is what triggered, or the requirement of that is what triggered this change? Is that?
So we had 1 year left of a renewal with SFE in that contract. Yeah. Part of our 4-year audit was their findings or their determination of some of the items and the contracts that had been previously executed. With that, because they had those findings and them saying, TDA being them, saying that they were unallowable and unallowable cost, that then forced us to go into an RFP.
So they couldn't remedy it by just redoing the contract?
No, ma'am. It had to go to an RFP. So all the proposals had to go out. So if we would have continued with a renewal, we could have had 1 more year, but we would have, regardless of an audit finding or not, we would have had to still go out to an RFP with a fixed cost at that point.
Moving to a fixed cost agreement, what does that save our district? What does the money look like? Are we saving money? I mean,
we're actually making $500,000.
Okay.
That is part of the contract as a guarantee.
Which is going to lead into my next question. One of the items I don't see on here is it says see Exhibit D for description of program expenses. So I'd like to get a copy of Exhibit D because I don't see it at the end of the page. Could be user error, but I'd like to see the whole piece. My question is, and you know I've asked this of Jimmy, when we talk about major maintenance, there's so much kitchen equipment, and so we've talked about how are we sharing that cost, and I know we've been doing that before. Will that still be in play, or how does that change? Because is that going to be a cost we also need to be thinking about as we move forward?
So good news or bad news. We have $8.5 million in over. And we had to come up with a 5-year plan and a 12-month plan to be able to spend that down, because we cannot have more than 3 months of operating expenses in that savings. So that's basically $1.2 million. So we have 8.5 that we had to submit and have been approved through TDA for spending down that plan. Part of that is maintenance items, so coolers, freezer trucks, lines, redoing some of our storage facilities, getting a couple new vans for transporting, because if you've seen the CNS vans, they're quite old. And so being able to do some of those things. And that's all because we have fed so many students. Our cafeteria staff has done such a great job that our reimbursements have been so heavy. With that, though, we have purchased or have within there purchasing all new appliances for any, and also a outline for any of the items that are going to be getting pretty old and need to be replaced with that. But with the RFP, we have to distinguish between if that's going to be owned by the private contract or if that's going to be owned by the district. It has been the practice of LISD in the past, and also in this RFP, that we will continue to own all of those items in the kitchens. So that will not move over to the private contract.
I'm going to have more questions.
I understand.
I think I'll have to follow up. But
The RFP is like 200 pages total, so it's quite in depth and quite long. So I'll be happy to help with those too.
There's
a lot.
The answer you just gave to my question, I'm just telling you, if you saw my head, it lit up and went in 40 different directions. But yeah.
You know where I'm going with this. I got also, per the contract on board book, it says unless terminated in accordance, right? The contract says it's terminating on June 30th, 2023, may be renewed.
Yes, ma'am.
So would say Sodexo doesn't hold up their end of the agreement, parents are angry, students aren't getting their student experience. What does that look like to go back to a rebid process? Same process, same thing,
yes,
but
ma'am,
under the new fixed cost, whatever?
Right, with some documentation along the way.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
And what happens if this doesn't get approved, if we don't approve it?
We don't have a contract.
And so
and we would not have any food service management.
Okay.
All right, board members, is this on for a motion tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
For tonight's discussion. Obviously, we have a lot of questions and still more. So
I understand.
Board members, given that, how do y'all want to proceed?
So did SFE have a chance at their own, like to redo and do an RFP?
So the best way to describe it, there's been lots of conversations with the Texas Department of Agriculture. The Texas Department of Agriculture has a very stringent and straightforward process. There is not a way that we can just go, we don't feel like doing what they're saying. We have to follow those protocols with that. They have to give final approval of our summaries and also of our reasoning behind the decisions that are made. They've sent it back several times for clarification. There was conversations had both with the Region Center and also through our TDA person that we were speaking to through this RFP process, because it's changed so much since Jimmy worked through it the last time in 2018, that it was a heavily involved process with Elaine, myself, John, many other members of the staff of LISD and of the Region Center.
Brandon, if I'm correct, then this that you brought before us presentation, it's not like you had, based on what TDA's requirements were, this is the only option that y'all are able to bring to us. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because of TDA's requirements.
Yes, ma'am.
And if we don't adopt this, then we don't have a food service contract to get our kiddos the food they need. All right.
Madam President, I move that the board award the food service management contract to Sodexo.
I have a motion from Aaron. Is there any second out there? board members, do you want to think about this a bit longer before we move on, or do you want to, well, this motion is going to fail because there's no second for it. So we're going to either need to move on discussions, I guess, and then we'll have to come back.
I have a question.
I think we need to stay here and resolve this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because if we don't move to do something,
Our
we have
kids
no food
don't-
service,
yeah.
and that seems to me to be a bigger problem than.
And I can make a mean pancake, but I can't serve 43,000 kids.
So going back to the pay scale, is there any way that we can get that pay scale information, or somehow require that they at least meet our pay scale on at least? Just something in there.
I don't know that we can require, because that's not necessarily covered within the contract. I can tell you from the conversations, it would appear and seem to be that way. I may turn and look to see if I get a head nod, but I can't come out and say that we are going to require. And the contract that you have in front of us, we copy and paste just our name and add signatures because it is that outline from TDA. So when I'm saying we don't have a whole lot of leeway in what this process is, we have to follow this really by the book, or we don't even get approval to even bring forth a contract to you. Now we can document, and I understand, we've had SFE, so there for 10 years. There is going to be apprehension and uncertainty with that. We've had conversations and plan to have many, many, many meetings with our staff to make sure it is 100% transparent with them about why and how and what are all the moving parts, and change is difficult. We get that. I mean, we heard from some of those folks tonight, but ultimately we don't have a choice to Aaron, as Aaron's shaking his head to some extent, because it is such lockstep and zero ways to amend or make corrections to what this contract is. Because once we submit at this form and go through those parts and pieces, everything else is very lockstep.
I guess my issue is that part of the pay scale conversations we've had over these last few months, a big part of that was our CNS staff. And I think that's where a lot of our apprehension is. And the other piece of it is Upenda and Phillip. And I'm going to be straight up, Upenda and Phillip. I mean, those people are amazing. And protecting our people was part of our discussions. And having those folks who have been such an integral part of our district. And I think then they got us through COVID, and they fed our kids. And I think that's where we're really having a tough time even giving a second on this motion, because it's not just a contract, it's people. And that's where I struggle.
Oh yeah, it was not a pleasant conversation for me to go through once we finalized that process and waited 40 days for TDA to come back with a response, because that's the other piece, is the more days that it took for TDA to come back and to give us final approval so we could start this process. We're June 13th. We have summer feeding going on, 125 kids or so, give or take, for lunch and breakfast at our locations, and we're supposed to roll this over when we also just, I mean, it's a lot in a short amount of time to be able to get it ready for July 1, regardless.
I'm going to echo what Christine and Alexis said. I'm worried what it's going to do to our CNS workers, but most importantly, the student experience. My kids loved Flavor Fest. I'm thinking about all the other different opportunities. We've had CNS in our schools and our students experiencing new things. I'm having a hard time with this. I realize our hands are tied, but I also keep going back on our guiding documents and what the student experience is. My question also is, so we got the board memo December 17th that we were going to bid process, and if it took 40 days, so where does that lead us? Because right now, I'm going to be honest, it looks like it was completely rushed. We go through this compensation plan, we give CNS and everybody they need, and then all of a sudden, hey, guess what? We're cutting off our contract, and we know it's not us. It's other forces. But I'm just trying to understand the process here, because we get a board memo in December, and then now all of a sudden, hey, guess what? This is what we're doing. Just like you said, we have until end of June. What held it up if it only took 40 days and we got that board memo in December?
So RFP went to TDA 1st of December. Final approval came back right after the break. So January, we posted end of January, 1st of February. That had to be posted for, I believe it was 3 weeks, and submitted out to papers and everything through a normal RFP process. We got the proposals back mid-March. We scored and had that back to TDA 1st of April, and it's set there through their process till the week of May. So it's not a rush because we dropped the ball. We were under a tight deadline to begin with because we were told we had to go to RFP right at Thanksgiving break. And we had to submit and compile everything by December the 14th or whatever that day and that deadline was to get that submitted to TDA. Even though they do give you till December 31st to submit all that, we also know the reality of where is everybody at after that day. Yeah. So there was back and forth changes and everything else. So I understand, and trust me, I've been living this every single day. I've learned more about CNS and acronyms that go with that than I've ever thought, and I didn't think that this would be part of what I'd be doing at that point. I get it. I mean, I've built relationships with all the SFE staff. I've spent numerous hours in Penn's office and Sarah's office and all the folks that have been our area. I've had to have difficult conversations through my career, but you do build up friendships, but at the end of the day too, it is still a contract, and they understand. And as they told me when I had that conversation, that Brandon, we understand that this is part of the process. Sometimes it happens, but it's going to happen at some point, sometime throughout their careers too. And so, yeah, it's definitely difficult.
So just a comment on my motion. I recognize that this is difficult. Nobody's excited about this, and apologies to our friends from Sodexo in the room. Big shoes to fill, and this is a tough pill, I think, for us. But at the end of the day, I made the motion because our kids in our system need a solution, and this is the only solution. And we need to go forward and make the best of it. So I hope somebody's willing to second the motion, but we got other business to do tonight too. We got to get this done and keep moving. Unless there's an alternative, and I don't see that there is, we probably need to tidy this up and move on.
Just one point to Anna's point about Flavor Fest. So I know you didn't see all the proposals. So we had 4 different companies send proposals in. And part of that is innovation as one of our categories. And also part of that is student experience. And so it is very detailed from what Sodexo proposed to us to be able to have similar things. It may not be called Flavor Fest, but there are interactions for students to be able to taste that food, do those things, and be a part of that process, just as SFE has. Most of those companies presented all the same items along those lines.
I do remember reading there was a committee made up, correct? And some principals were on there to ensure that the student experience would be
correct.
Okay.
We had a principal from every level. We had Elaine, myself, and some other members.
I do want to read that audit because I like to read that kind of stuff.
Well, whenever I get the final audit, I will definitely send it to you.
So I've had a lot of conversations with my husband over the last few days on this topic because these are my people, my HRTM people, and that's my major, and that's where, I got my degrees and stuff. And so I always tease, Philip is my favorite LISD employee, sorry everyone else, but he cooks for me, and that is definitely my love language, if you cook for me. And so I'm really struggling because the state has tied our hands and they've done us no favors, and we scream local control repeatedly for this reason, and that is part of our legislative priorities. And never did I want to cry in a board meeting, but here we are. So Pen, y'all,
You are my LISD life changers, and that's our second core belief, right? Each and every staff member should be empowered to inspire our students, and I just thank you so much because I know you have done that for our kiddos. So sorry. But our first goal is each and every student, and we have to feed those kiddos because sometimes it is their only meal. And we have to follow state law. This is terrible. So I'm seconding Aaron's motion, but I don't want him. I'm so sorry.
We have a motion from Aaron, a second from Alexis. More discussion?
I want to know what we need to do to ensure that our local control stays here. I'm angry and mad that our hands were tied here. I'm going to be honest. I'm not happy about this, and I know it's not I know it wasn't you, and I know it's not everything, but I'm angry. I am so mad. I'm not going to say the word I want to say, but I'm very angry that control was taken out of us because she's right. This is a family. These are our life changers. This is our #1 #1 LISD community, and it's being ripped from us. I want to know what we can do on our legislative priorities to ensure local control stays at home, and those decisions are made by us.
Any other discussions? All right, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. All right. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we're going to come back and move to our next agenda item, which will be back up at the top of the Long Range Planning Committee. Board members, it is 10:11. Actually, we're back and ready to get started. So let's go ahead and go to our item on the Long Range Planning Committee update.
Hi, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. We are here tonight. Our whole committee is here, minus Mr. Dissler. We're sad that he wasn't able to be with us tonight, but we're going to do our best to speak on his behalf. We also have 3 board members, and I'll introduce them in just a moment, who served on this committee with us. So we came to you a couple of months ago and gave you an update, and so the slides that you'll see here are the exact same slides we presented. Tonight, our purpose is to give you an update, which is that recommendation on our 10-year plan, as well as to present some information on schools of choice. And so Krista and Matt will be presenting that momentarily. So this was the committee purpose that we presented to you a couple months back, that our goal was to take the data that we had available, put together a 10-year plan that really focused on student learning, looking at the student learning experiences, maximizing or optimizing our facilities, always being fiscally responsible, and then looking at the changes in population over time throughout our district. So here are our committee members, and we want to thank Ms. Alexis Grimes, Mr. Aaron Johnson, and Mrs. Anna Smith for spending the last 5 months with us. We had a great time on this committee and had good conversations and are proud to present our work tonight. So obviously here's our meeting dates from January through May. So tonight, this is a slide we presented to you last time with some of the data that we looked at, so we just wanted to do a quick reminder of that one. So tonight, really what we're going to be presenting to you is a plan that kind of comes down to 2 main areas, really looking at prioritizing fiscal responsibility and then also strengthening the student experience. And so over the 5 months, this is what we've really worked on. We believe that the plan we're presenting to you tonight really maximizes the use of our district facilities, doing a couple of things such as strategic rezoning and what we're calling modified utilization. It also defers out some of the timing of some future construction cost. When we look at the student experience, what our goal is to establish some long-term stability where possible. We know that there are places in our district that are rapidly growing, and so that may not always be, for a certain neighborhood, that may not always look the same, but where we can establish that stability, that is our goal. We obviously want to open up some access to choice, which is what Matt and Krista will present later. And then we heard loud and clear from our Board of Trustees that the neighborhood concept was extremely important, and so we've honored that as well. So what we want to make sure that we're clear with the zoning. So zoning occurs anytime a new school opens. That seems to be common sense to most people. You build a new school and you go through a zoning process. What this plan also lets us do is to utilize zoning to provide relief for current enrollment numbers. So looking at campuses that might currently be over capacity and campuses that are under capacity, and how could we utilize some zoning to defer out that timing of future construction cost, as well as allow us to use the certain facilities in a different way than we're currently using them. So this is a little hard to read, and I apologize. I've got 2 formats here, but what we really wanted you to look at on this was, and committee members jump in on this one, one of the meetings we sat down and really looked at how could we possibly look at the district as a whole. And I'll be honest with you, we ended up coming to the conclusion that we had to look at the south as a separate area, and then the central and the north. And that is just geographically, when you have 200 square miles like we do, and you have our southern region, which is not always the easiest to get to depending on a certain time of day. So really we kind of looked at the district as a north central and then looked at the southern part of it. And so I'll zoom in on here, and I do apologize for the font on that for those of you trying to read this at home. So really what we took was, and I want to put a disclaimer out there, that all of the data that we looked at was based on the 2021 demographic report. Obviously, we get this report on an annual basis, and so this information will change as PASA gives us our demographer report, but the information that we had to go on was based on the 2021 demographer report. So really what you'll see here in the central north region is that in the past, and I wish Jimmy was here because this was his brilliant idea, in the past we've typically described elementary schools as number 31, number 30, 32, and that lended itself to cause a little bit of confusion because sometimes where number 30 was may not necessarily be the school that we need as school number 30. So we've really kind of broken this region up into what we're calling area A, B, C, and D. And so if you look at area A, there is a need to continue, there's still growth out there, right? There's a lot of growth coming over the next 10 years. And so there's a need for 2 elementary schools in that particular area. Elementary B also has a need for a future elementary school, but we are proposing some rezoning in there to provide some relief that would then defer those costs for that elementary school a little bit later. Area C, you'll also see continued growth and a need for a future elementary school, a middle school, as well as a high school. And so when we look at the central and north, kind of our conclusion is down there on the bottom. In order to indefinitely postpone high school 8 and push out future construction for high school 7, what the plan proposes is to do some rezoning for the secondary schools, both middle school and high school. And then we also have identified an elementary school that could potentially be used for a different use than it's currently using now. So that is a lot of information. Yeah, I'm clicking. Okay. This is not. Yes. All right, I'm going to keep going then. I want to make sure y'all can jump in. Did you have a question? Please.
I was just going to make a comment, a clarifying comment, that based on the work that we've done so far, admittedly with the caveat that we have another demographic report coming and we don't know what we don't know about the future, but our outlook is that for secondary schools, we think these zones could be stable for a decade, apart from the middle school in the Northeast that we would have to build in that time horizon, which would require some local changes in that area around that middle school. But otherwise, for secondary schools, for 10 years on, we think we can maintain these same zones.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. So when we look at the south, again, looking at the southern portion of our region, and we're defining this as essentially the Van de Graaff feeder pattern. And so when we look at the south, the growth looks a little different than it does in the north. And so when we project out looking at 10 years, the committee has identified an elementary school and a middle school, not naming a particular campus by any means, but capacity in the south for potential modified utilization of an elementary school and a middle school.
And you know my question?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is what triggers modified utilization? Because we've talked about this is a 10-year outlook, and we're going to keep going back and doing the demographer's report.
Absolutely.
Now, what I love about a long-term committee is they looked at kind of holistically as a district, what does it look like in 10 years? Almost as a snapshot, though, right? We still have to be able to pivot. And so what I want to know is, what is the information you need? What are those triggers to bring that to fruition or not, and then how far up do changes start happening?
I was going to say, do any of our board members want to respond on that one?
Don't we have a slide coming up with that information?
Some
Trish,
a little bit further,
a
but
timeline? Trish, there's a timeline coming up in the presentation as far as when we will consider modified utilization of the school. Is that what you're asking?
But what's the trigger? What has to come to be able to make that happen, right?
It would come before the board, and we would have conversations about
It's a demographic trigger, right?
That's what it was.
It's in the numbers. And if the numbers track with what the current demographic report suggests, then we would stay essentially on track with the current 10-year plan. If the demographics shift, then we would shift.
Right, it's a live document, but what I know what you're saying. What we're looking at is, per the demographic report, there's certain campuses where population of students is under 50%. So you've got a campus that, say, holds, I'm just guessing numbers, okay, that holds 1,300 students, and that campus now has 500 students. So that's kind of what we're looking at, campuses that has space that could potentially hold schools of choice, and that's what we're looking at.
Does that answer your question? I don't think it does.
I really am curious, but we'll keep discussing. But what is the trigger? So what is, I get that there's a certain enrollment number, and when the enrollment stays at this rate, we're going to do modified utilization. But when does it switch off? Like, where do you start to see that number going? You're like, oh, okay, we're going to hold on this.
So my understanding is that they had a long, hard look at all of the campuses in an area, and when that total enrollment got to a certain point, that was the trigger that said that makes it possible for us to do something different. It may or may not get to that number. I think that's the question you're asking. So
It's not a single number because there are different situations in different parts of the district, right? And so we're looking at kind of areas of campuses at a certain level, and we're looking at just the overall efficiency in those regions over time. And so in the plan, we've indicated a specific date, that is a school year, when we think that change could happen, and arguably should happen based on current demographics. And so we'll watch with an eye to those dates. And we also have thoughts about the specific campuses, but they're just nascent thoughts until we know what the needs in the community are, the larger community, in terms of schools of choice and which campuses are most suitable for different kinds of programs and stuff. We're withholding judgment about specific campus decisions and all that sort of thing.
Well, and we would probably go out, well, my thought is we'd do it, our current process is to go out to the community to get feedback on what they see as maybe the campus, what they see as the need for the school of choice.
I would say that if Jimmy was here, he would remind us that that first 5 years of the 10-year plan is a little more accurate than the second 5 years. And so I think what Mr. Johnson said is what we did, right? We looked at 5 years and said, over the next 5 years, we're seeing a very stable population. And given the projections that we had right now, this was our recommendation. Obviously, this is going to be reviewed annually. And as we know, things have shifted, right, from what Jimmy presented us 5 years ago to where we are today. So that will be something that we'll continue to look at. But based on the data that we have in front of us right now, and the work that we've done over the last few months, this was the recommendation. So for those of you who are a little more like me, a little more of a linear thinker, we have a spreadsheet version of the same data. So this is what is on here, and you'll see that this is the first 5 years of the plan, and we're trying to show the school year when the action would occur, what if a new school opened in that particular year. Obviously, knowing that any new school is going to require a zoning exercise, and as Ms. Bodie just said, obviously involving our community in that process. We have gone through some exercises to look at it, but obviously final decisions would be made by you all as our Board of Trustees. And then we've also noted on there where renovation or modified utilization or a possible school of choice might be able to come into play based on the data that we have right now. You'll also see on this particular one that we've identified a school of choice complex to expand New Hope High School, as well as build an early college high school building at ACC. So not all of our schools of choice might occur in current buildings. We may have a need for future builds. So there's just some continued conversations, and I know Krista will be able to answer some of those.
Yeah, sorry, one note before you move on. It's maybe helpful to think about what comes next or what the first next steps are in this first 5 years. You can see that in 23, 24, we're talking about updated zoning for our secondary schools in the north central part of the district. That's the year that those revised zones would be effective, which means the finalization of those zoning the zoning exercise and those final updated zones needs to happen fairly quickly this fall so that our community knows what those changes will be for the following year. So that will come relatively quickly.
That kind of goes to my earlier question, and we'll keep needing to finesse this, I think, as we go along. First of all, when the bond, we passed one, not two of them, and two of the propositions, we came back team of 8 and we said, okay, we did a continuous improvement instrument and said, what do we need to do? One of those discussions that came out of there was the long-term committee. So that is a lot of work and time that y'all put to get a plan together for the district. I think it's phenomenal. But I'm still trying to figure out now our role in next steps. I think it's great that y'all have had that discussion and dialogue, but when we look at the demographer's report, if all of a sudden I see, oh, now, you know, we have 3 kiddos in a house instead of just 1.2 or whatever that number is, then is that enough of a change? Am I like, oh, well, maybe that's not going to trigger zoning? Or what you're saying is zoning still triggers? I keep trying to get to that. Will the demographer's report change at least what you are saying for the 23-24, or no, 23-24 is going to say the same, but maybe the demographer's report may have future out?
The timing for 23-24 rezoning, I think, is not likely to change for any reason. Simply because the condition has already, right? We're living the condition already, right? Now, exactly what the zones are,
I suppose the demographer's report could alter that depending on the timing. We may be done with the zoning exercise before the demographer's report's updated. So we'll see how that comes together, but I think, I mean, we already know a lot in terms of what needs to happen there.
Alexis, you want to go?
Yeah, this helps us also, Trish, it gives us stability over time, and it kind of, without upending the whole system, it gives us zoning pieces that really help us long term. And so that's part of that stability over time. It really helps us get there. And so this zoning exercise, you know, it's not based on a new school opening, but it helps us maximize facilities, be fiscally responsible, and those parameters that we put in place.
Yeah, I think at least what we were trying to accomplish is a plan, right? This is a real long-range plan that we've not really had before. But a big conversation is, you know, there's a lot of rumors, you know, Cedar Park enrollment's declining, but what if, we know people are moving here, and so a big concern of ours is how do we make sure that we're keeping up with what's really going on? And so that's why we were like Aaron said, the first 2 to 3 years, we know it's not going to change. But when it comes to that 4th, 5th, 6th year, that's why this stays a running document or whatever you want to call it. Living document. There you go. And living it while it works. But that way, like Alexa says, it's given us direction. We know where we're going, but most importantly, like, we're utilizing the spaces we have, and we're saving taxpayer dollars, and we got a clear direction what our district's going to look like, because we're going to stop growing. But I think the big key piece here is we agreed as a committee that if numbers go crazy for whatever reason, we come back and we figure it out.
Can you tell me what the Central North high school, middle school, and elementary schools are?
Sure. When we look at Central North, we defined it as everything essentially except the Van de Graaff feeder pattern, and that was purely from a geographical area. When we looked at our district, just accessing the south for transportation, and so when we split the district into what we called for 2 areas, Central North and the
because
south.
There's northwest, northeast, and west. Is that all Central North, or what is?
Yes, ma'am. This whole map is what we called Central North. The area A, B, C, D. When we started out, they were mostly for the elementary schools because we have more elementary schools that are going to need to be built in that area. We just put the high school and middle school over on the northeast side because that's where they would be built.
Are you wanting like cities?
No,
Okay.
that's fine. It's just everything other than South. I know what the South is.
Yes, ma'am. So the second part of the 10-year plan you'll see on here, and this is where high school 7 and middle school 10 come into play. And again, thanks to the work of the committee and some strategic rezoning of our secondary schools in the central and north, we were able to push out that high school 7 and middle school 10 a little further than some previous demographers' reports. And then you'll see, again, if everything comes to fruition as the current demographer report shows, then there possibly could be a South Middle School and then a need for another elementary school a little bit later in 31, 32. So we've talked a little bit about this, but I think what some of the highlights of the plan are that it postpones indefinitely high school 8. So that's a large amount of money for our taxpayers, and so we're looking at postponing that indefinitely, as well as elementary school 34. Again, through some zoning exercises that we looked at on here, there would be not necessarily a need to have either of those schools in our 10-year projection based on current 21 demographer report. It also pushes out construction for multiple schools, and then it helps us, most importantly, as I transition over to Krista and Matt, it helps us identify some areas of our district where we could potentially host schools of choice. And we've talked about schools of choice for a while, and so I'm excited to kind of transition over to Krista and Matt and let them give you a little more details about next steps.
Can I ask one quick question before we go?
Yes, sir.
And I think I may have misrepresented slightly. When we talk about zoning for secondary schools, we'd kind of developed what we thought that zoning might look like, and we talked about different ways of bringing that forward to the community, and it might not go through a standard zoning process like we've done before because of the work that has already been done. Are you in a position to say more about that today, or does administration have a recommendation on how we'll go forward with that?
We do have a recommendation we'd like to bring back in July, if you're okay with that. I'd like to make sure that Jimmy is here for that, because I think, as you said, the committee recommended 23-24. If that's something that the board wants to discuss further, we can, but I'd love for Jimmy to bring some information on that, because he's been definitely our expert in any sort of zoning exercise.
Well, I'm so thankful for the work y'all did. Definitely don't want to, I just don't think we can do that. This was a lot of work. I will want more information if we're going to not continue with the traditional way of how we get community buy-in into zoning, especially something that's as important or vital as this, and that neighborhood school concept. I think community buy-in is important. So I might be missing something. I just want to make sure we...
To be clear, we're not talking about a permanent or long-term change to the zoning process. In this particular instance, there's the possibility, I'll only say possibility at this point, of a different process for this secondary zoning because of its close link with the 10-year plan and the level of detail and work that's already been done. That's not to say that we wouldn't invite community feedback as part of the process, but it might be a different process than we would ordinarily do for regular zoning discussions.
All right, I'm going to transition to Krista and Matt here.
I'm sorry, one other thing before y'all transition. I love the school of choice conversation
We'll get
now,
there,
so
Krista.
we'll get there, right? The benefit of the 10-year plan, I get it that this is potentially, if everything held, if the demographic report doesn't change, but if we postpone that, high school 8 was going to cost how much, in elementary school 34 was going to cost how much, and that's just at the projection. Please know this isn't like, I just kind of want to understand in theory
Rough
kind of what it
savings
was.
of about $500 million, not knowing what future construction costs might be.
We tried to adjust for it.
All right, Krista, you're up.
So there were several conversations about schools of choice, and as you saw there, we've identified some areas to host possible schools of choice in the future. And so we know that we want community input on what those schools of choice could look like, and what programs and or models could be, and also at what levels. And so we have created a schools of choice core team that is currently meeting, and they are researching possible schools of choice for Lander ISD. And the purpose of that team is to gather feedback from the community and provide recommendations when you all are ready to have those recommendations. And so I'll show a little timeline here on this next slide of what's happening. And so that team has started meeting. We are researching programs, looking at different data, including some workforce data in the area, and looking at different types of schools of choice around both in Texas and nationally. And then we've also asked for some board input of some of the ones that y'all might be interested in. So we're continuing to do that research through June. We'll have our third meeting this week, and we will continue to meet through July. In July, we're going to go to principals for feedback on some of the possible schools of choice and to get their interest. And then we will come back to you all and present what we have so far before going out to our community for feedback. And so we should be back in the July meeting to be able to bring you that information. And then working with our friends with SCR, we'll reach out to our community in August to gather their feedback. And that way we are ready to move forward with any recommendations whenever you are ready to call for those. And so we thought that this work would be important as we start thinking about what could be in the future, and as you start planning, if we have some noted interest from our community and from our district as to what are the interests of our students and where might we be able to go, then we might be able to provide more of an idea for our community about what those future schools of choice could be.
Just a clarification on the timeline, where August is set for community feedback, so we can be ready to hit the ground running right when our families are back in town and our kids are back in school, so that everybody will be present and available to provide that feedback.
Can I ask my questions now? Okay, schools of choice. I love it. I love the idea of making new awesome opportunities for our students, because a lot of these students coming in from other states have choice, right? My big thing, and y'all know I've already mentioned this before, I really want to see a local policy in regards to school of choice, because I feel like if we're going to truly embrace schools of choice, they need to have a strong foundation. I look at some of the schools of choice we have now, they're fantastic, but I feel like we could support them better. There's no transportation clause in any of this. A lot of our students, we have these amazing programs and we're just kind of like, hey, we're gonna provide this for you, but find a way to get there. And so I personally would like to see our policy committee work on EHBJ local in regards to special programs, innovative, magnet, and schools of choice program. What does that look like for our district? What does the school of choice look like? Transportation, who's accepted, the admission process. That way no child, I don't want to say no child left behind. That way no child has any barriers or access prevented. And for me going forward, if we're going to truly embrace schools of choice going with our 10-year plan, we need a solid foundation, and that's where our local policy comes into place.
Do we feel that that's a policy or a charter?
I like to see what both look like. I've only seen local districts here in Texas do EHBJ local, and I mean, you can get as nitty gritty as we want it, but I think the main purpose, what I'm looking for is when we, like our early childhood, early college, high school, I want to make sure that that is open, that we're truly getting behind these programs, and it's not just one up and we're going to have this program here, but good luck trying to get to it. Oh, we have this program here, and sorry, this is, only certain people can get here. I feel like there needs to be a complete, strong foundation into what those program looks like, how's it going to benefit the student, and how are they going to get there.
So you're seeing the campus support, the whole thing, right? From nurse, counseling, food, transportation.
It can be as much as we want it, but for instance, when you look at IB, right? What is is that a school of choice or is that a program of choice? And right now, we provide transportation to IB students, but a lot of our programs going forward, like early college, are we going to provide transportation? Because there's no really set policy in there. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, is what's going to set the standard, and to make sure that these schools of choice that we are promoting and we're investing in, we're giving children opportunities, they're truly going to sustain and be the best that they can be. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
Oftentimes with policy like that, you'll see an operational definition that will then help establish other things. So you're right, it can be very just kind of broad and just define some things, or it can be very specific, but it helps set the foundation so people know what you're talking about when you use these terms.
And I feel like that this is where, with the board policy and also with principal feedback, we get a kind of a good explanation of what that looks like, right? And what our students need and what our community needs. So I think it's kind of like a two-part fold, and but for me personally, before we start establishing, I really want this policy to start taking place and going forward, or working on it.
I'm curious how this ties in. If I was drawing a picture of CFAC, where does that plug into the school of choice discussion?
Thank you for leading me into my next slide. That was perfect. It's exactly what I was going to say is as Ms. Bodie said earlier, we started this process after 2 of our propositions did not pass in November, and really started to look at what does the future look like and how do we plan for growth. And so this plan was under the premise that we would be essentially or eventually giving it to CFAC to kind of talk about future bonds. And so during our discussions, Anna asked for us to bring back on June 23rd, some details about the CFAC process, as well as some timelines, and then possibly an updated charter should the board decide to convene CFAC for a future bond. So that was our goal, was that this would be ready to go should the board choose to call CFAC. We also talked a lot about schools of choice, as Krista just mentioned, and would love to bring that back to you on July 21st after we've had a chance to get board member input and principal input, and then come back to you with some more details before we go out to the community as well. And then, as we talked about earlier, that process for rezoning is quickly approaching should we choose to follow exactly what was written in our 10-year plan. So that's something that we're going to ask Jimmy to bring back to you on July 21st as well. So and our committee, those were our 3 next steps we identified. Anyone on the committee, feel free to jump in if there's something else that we had.
I think just going back to what you were saying, what CFAC does, it was a big discussion at our last meeting, right? What are we going to task this committee to do? Because if you look at CFAC's description from this past time, it's completely different than it's a completely different situation than what we were in before we went to bond, right? Because we've done the work, we see the spaces we need. So I guess the question as a board when we talk about the charter is, or when y'all bring it to us and what we discuss is, how much work do we really the work that we've done as a committee, how much work do we want to empower CFAC? Do we want them to change the rezoning? Like, this is something that I think as a board we need to discuss, because I'll be honest, our CFAC committee that we had when we went, they were one of our biggest advocates. They knew our district inside and out. So how do you empower this committee but still respect the work that the committee did? So that's something we as a board need to discuss, and what that looks like. Because guys, this is long range. This is going to affect our entire district, our students for the next possibly 5 to 10 years. So let the conversations begin.
Can you give me an idea of what it might look like when you bring us back school of choice feedback? Does that mean you're going to say, we have program A, B, C, D, and we had 5 votes here, 4 votes here? Or exactly what's this going to look like when you come back and say, here's the school of choice feedback?
So the idea is that we would come back and say, here's the different programs and here's the different levels of where we might have schools of choice. Because we right now, and part of our research, are looking at them at all levels to see, is that what we want? And so it could come back to say, we don't recommend any at elementary, or we could say, hey, we have this really great one, and here's why, and then here's how our principals kind of rank them, and here's the 8 or 9 that we would like to go out into the community, and here's why we want to take these particular 9 and be able to support those with the data. And then once we get that back, be able to bring them back and talk about how the community ranked them, but also in the areas for that particular community, right? We talked a lot about that, about which areas would we want to have certain programs to be able to attract people to those different areas as well.
I think what's exciting, and I'll commend the committee for this, is that when we went into the schools of choice, we're essentially helping us with some campuses that were very full, and that was kind of the purpose for them. Through the strategic rezoning conversations, we've identified areas where we could bring in schools of choice that are actually choice, and so it's not just at the high school level as previously discussed. And so I think it really gives Krista and the schools of choice core team a little more autonomy to go out there and find exactly what our community wants, and then be able to bring that back. And so it gives us that freedom to define what the school will look like, what area would be the best to place it in, and then go out to our community and ask them for that. So it's really exciting, because I think it gives us a completely different lens than we had during the last time we talked about schools of choice.
I want to say, I think we have a lot of possibilities. I think I've been a broken record on this subject for a long time. So I'm super excited about our possibilities and our partners and what our community will support and what interests our students. So that's always our lens, right? What's the carrot that engages our student in deeper learning? And I think we've got a lot of options and a lot of creative choices that we can really bring a whole different type of program, not reinvent an existing program, but a new program that will really certain students will really gravitate towards.
I was just going to add that I think our go forward is at least 2 primary streams, and they're kind of different steps or stages for each. But one is around essentially viability and impact of various types of programs. So that's the background that the administration is going to be doing on some of these ideas about different types of schools of choice. And then the second is, and we'll want to get this feedback multiple times in different ways, is community interest. And it starts at the high level. What do you think are some interesting things that we should explore and learn more about? And then it becomes much more specific. If we had a school of this description in this location, what would you be willing to do to participate? And by the way, it's going to take so many years to get it spun up. So, this is applicable for students in these grades beginning in this year or something along those lines. And so beginning very broad and then getting very narrow at the end about essentially enrollment and participation, so that we don't stand up a school that we think is really, really exciting and really interesting that 50 students want to go to, right? Because that's not what's going to make this successful or effective. So all these things have to kind of happen together and in, cycles, right?
Well, and I love the idea and the work y'all have done to give us somewhat of a plan and a platform, a foundation to build off of. As we keep moving forward, I think maybe instead of asking what is the trigger of when it kicks in, maybe I should ask, how can we pivot? Just as we continue to go forward in the community, when does pivot become necessary? Or what are my look-fors to go, wow, we're getting ready to pivot and make changes? I don't care which way you look at it, but I think that's kind of where I'm getting. And then how do we keep that community buy-in? Because I love the good work that the board did, but I don't necessarily see it having to be prescriptive. There is an opportunity for us to be able to say, here are some general places we are, community, cooperate, let's coordinate together, let's coordinate together and figure out what those next steps look like. I'm not sure where that is. That is going to be a thread the needle. That is going to be a balance. But definitely we've got to make sure we move forward with that community buy-in, whether it's school of choice, our zoning, our, the CFAC of how we're going to have them kind of bring this next step to fruition.
Yes, ma'am. I think exactly what you said is a great closing there, that this is a plan, but obviously any decisions would be made with community input. So while this is a very high-level overplan, the details that you're asking us for right now, we may not have them because we haven't gotten to that point in the plan where the community would come into it and be involved in the process, right? As we do with any zoning or any new school, we always make sure we have community input. So this is a great place for us to start, and then all of those details would work themselves out over the next 10 years.
All right. Any other discussions? Okay, we will go ahead and we'll continue this discussion at our next meeting, it looks like, with the CFAC process. Be thinking. We're going to go ahead and take up and actually move and table. The consider approval of bond oversight committee recommendation is going to be moved to our next agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we would ask, please, that also item 9C6 is related, the capital project bond fund budget amendments are directly related to the recommendation from the bond oversight committee. So we'd like to table that one too.
All right. So we're going to table those two. All right. So we'll move down to our next one. Board members, item 3 under governance is consider approval of Leander ISD legislative priorities for the 88th session. And these items, we can amend them as we go along. In fact, we expect we will need to keep amending our addressing as we go along. We might want to tweak here or there, or they might be great standing alone, actually. I think when you look at the work the committee's done, there's a lot here that's foundational that will stay consistent, such as local control. We've talked about that. Local control. You see the break of the LISD targeted priorities. Those are ones that we are asking Colby to really focus on, help us target. Those are like specific bill language. Collaborative opportunities. Again, you'll hear me say this over and over again. LISD, we have some powerful community members. We have invested community members. We have invested board members. But it's only when we can take and leverage our voice with others that we really get that extra momentum that we want to really make and see a difference, which is why you see collaborative opportunities, because we have identified these as where we can target and work with other groups, other organizations, other associations to leverage our voice, leverage our concerns, and really see traction. If there are no questions, I haven't seen any. Legislative committee, any? Alexis, Anna, do y'all want to say anything else about those? Okay, so then I need a motion to approve.
I move the board to approve the Lander ISD legislative priorities as presented.
Second. I have a motion from Anna, a second from Alexis. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. The next item, 9B4, the consider approval of the Texas Association of School Boards 2022-2024 advocacy resolutions. This is just what we talked about again, amplifying our voice. We know that TASB is actually going through the process right now of choosing legislative priorities. Anna and I will be working on that later this week with other trustees from across Texas. But based on those initial conversations, we have identified resolutions that we do not think will be addressed in their overall issue. So not only do these resolutions have issues, but if you'll notice the statement of the reason why has been carefully crafted, a lot of information put in there because we feel it'll be different from what other organizations, other districts may present. In other words, we think this is different and we really want to make sure that we're highlighting this at the TASB convention. There is a timeline for these. They need to be submitted, and so we're pretty much looking at our last time to approve these. The TASB resolution has been updated to board book. We talked about them last time, I think, in detail. Legislative committee, any thoughts or any other comments you want to add to those?
I added the special education funding allotment, so if y'all want to look at that, I'm really proud of it.
There's a lot of work. Spent a lot of time on that.
I move the board to approve the TASB 2022 to 2024 advocacy resolution as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Alexis. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the next agenda item. Discussion from TASB recommendation of the Comprehensive Board Policy Review, sections A through C. Board members, we had a special meeting, if y'all remember this, where we talked about all of the policy changes that were going forward. TASB went, they worked with administration, they have recommendations, and so this is just another time for board members for you to look, and we're going to take in little sections. Right now this is section, well, little. We're going to take sections A through C and see if there are any other questions the board wants to direct or have for the policy subcommittee, because this is going to go to the policy subcommittee. They're going to work on it and bring it back.
So, Madam President, you did half my work for me, because I was going to kind of give you a recap on your procedural posture here. And I do want to keep this brief. I know some of you have already sent me questions and different board policies that you might be interested in the board policy committee looking at. If you wish, or if that would be more efficient for you, please feel free to email those to me, and we'll make sure that those get onto the docket. And again, I've already talked with some of you. I've talked to some staff on some elements that were not necessarily addressed by the TASB review.
Sean, I believe you have my questions already, but for board information, the things, and so when the policy subcommittee looks at it, I'm looking at, or my question is, when I look at other districts, there is a move I'm seeing for other districts of they're putting their administration policy online. Not all of them are doing it. Some of them are doing it. So it's their admin, so you can see, or policy, admin regulation, so that you see kind of that directive, this is admin and this is board. And so it makes it easier to be able to see how it's aligned, or kind of how these two work together. And it helps board when they're trying to figure out how they're working on policy to go, oh wait, that's admin, they've already put that there. I can just say this up here in policy. So far from my experience with talking to other trustees, they seem to find that helpful, but I would like the policy subcommittee to look at that. What does it look like about putting those admin regulations online, and then exhibits, like when your board of trustees does their oath of office, we took off that exhibit. I know we have it somewhere, but again, it's having this all located where it's easy for board of trustees and the community to go, oh look, here's what's kind of guiding their actions.
And we can certainly look at that. I would suggest to the policy committee we can talk about that, but this is just my thought on that, that's a matter of administrative efficiency and being able to find things easily, but the policy committee is going to have a good bit of work actually going through the board policy. So I want to make sure that we're clear that they're not going to be going in and spending a lot of time on the regulation part, because I think that'd be asking more than they'd be willing to give me.
Oh, and I should also
they
be
might
clear,
not have a summer break if I do that.
we shouldn't be doing anything with admin regulation. That's like admin,
right?
Board does not adopt or approve admin regulations. We do policy, but it's about putting it online together is my question.
So the only other pitch I'll throw in here is that if you're emailing stuff, please get it to us soon. We want to get to work on this sooner rather than later, and understand too that we're doing only A through C tonight. We'll be bringing D through G at a subsequent meeting, either the next one or the one after. I still have to work that out with Dr. Gearing on when we're going to time that. But we want to make sure the policy committee's got time, and that there will be some of these that we will triage, that we might expedite just because of there's some timeliness issues of some things that we need to make sure are in place so that our policy and our practice are aligned before our school year starts.
board members, I had a few other pieces, but I'm going to send that to Sean if that's okay with y'all's permission, unless y'all want to discuss more. I mean, they're just things I'm going to ask the policy subcommittee to look at. So
I just had one question, and I will send what I need to the policy committee, but during, in the board book with the proposed revisions and comments, some of them say the revisions below were recommended during the administration review. Was that our review or was the actual administration review?
So, and that's the part where I can kind of talk about the posture. So the way this process worked was when you guys met with the policy advisor, you were really only looking at policy sections A and B during that discussion. So that's your core principles, your philosophy, governance. I mean, and I'm just generally speaking, that's what those typically cover. The sections C and subsequent, a lot of that is administrative, and so that was a part of the 2 days that staff was working directly with the policy advisor and talking about how does the work functionally happen, and then try to figure out then, and I think Dr. Gearing often describes it, and I think Eric Narcisse does as well, as looking at your policy, looking at your practice, and then figuring out, are they aligned, and if they're not, what needs to change? Does the practice need to be fixed to align with the policy, or is the policy outdated and not really up to speed with what is best practice? And that's why we're doing this process now this is the time for board feedback. Are there any issues in what you see and what has resulted from that work? That's what you see in tonight's, what's in board book, as well as are there policies that weren't addressed in that work that you would like the policy committee to do? And that's how we align then the policy review with what we do typically here in our committee work in order to prepare policies for updates, which is we bring it to committee, we do a lot of that legwork and make sure that we are prepared to answer those questions, so then you have an efficient deliberation then when we bring it back to the full board for deliberation and action.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to tell administration, thank you again. Thank you, Dr. Gearing, for suggesting this other additional time to be able to make sure board looks at that policy carefully before it goes to the policy subcommittee, and that way they're like, okay, we know board cares about these issues, let's make sure we're looking at it. So thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and move to our next agenda item. Discussion of board operating procedures. Believe it or not, there aren't that many changes. We did have some challenges getting them updated into board book. Did they get there? Okay, so do you see them there, and can you walk us through them?
Has everyone got it open? You, in this document, 19 pages long, you'll notice it's the blue highlighted part is what we've added in. So if y'all want to kind of go over that, at the very, page 2, we just added in our core beliefs, the adopted strategic plan, and everything pretty much stays the same until about page 4, where we added in the board secretary with Alexis preparing the Google form for the evaluation and stuff. We felt it was important for us to put that in there again, going back to just making sure strong foundation rules and whatnot. Also, if you look at under board letter E, if the board cannot reach a consensus on the results of the superintendent's evaluation, the board officers will finalize the evaluation.
Thank you.
Keep scrolling. Page 5 is good. All right, y'all ready for this one? This is going to be a great conversation. One thing in page 6, board meetings we have highlighted yellow, and I highlighted it yellow because I thought we would take it to the board to have a discussion. And so one thing that was brought up was moving a board meeting, one in the day and one at night. I know, I can already tell y'all's face. But we wanted to have the discussion because we felt what we thought was what. Yeah. So the reason why we wanted to have this discussion was to see, one, would it optimize our time as board members during board meetings? Would we be able to get more work done? And wanted to see, because some boards do meet during the day. I'm not going to lie, I've looked at it. There's a couple ISDs around the state that do meet 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I know that I don't think they work, but I'm just bringing it out to have the board discussion. Again.
Well, if I can say,
yeah.
as the discussions transpired, we said sometimes when those meetings are really late to like 2 and 3 a.m., they scratch the workday in the morning.
Right.
So if, scratch, I don't know, make it not as
non-existent.
effective. Kind of, yeah.
We're
like
zombies.
Really, and so that was the discussion is, okay, well, as a board, is that something y'all want to, and it might not be, but that's what we were wondering, is that when you have some of those late meetings, does it help to say, okay, well, instead of having every meeting at 6:15, once a quarter, once a month, did y'all want to consider like an afternoon, like 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. meeting? So, and it's fine if it's no, but we just want to make sure.
We just wanted to have the discussion, right, guys? That's it. That's all we were thinking of. I think the
I'm
faces
saying no.
said enough. No. I'm sorry, but her face was great. All right, scroll on, guys. All right, here we go. Page 7. We, citizens' comments. Please look that over. You'll see for each speaker, we're going to be striking 3 minutes to going to 1.5 minutes. And another thing.
Well, that's the recommendation for discussion.
Yeah, recommendation. That's what the committee's recommendation. And then also, if you notice, citizens will miss their speaking time if they're not present when their number is called.
So the reason we talked about, we had those 2 stages at the time of, you get 3 minutes or you get a minute and a half if 30 people sign up. Who would have known by saying the number 30? Evidently, we hover right around between 30 to 35 speakers. And it seems to be causing a lot of unnecessary angst. And when I say unnecessary, I mean that's hard on your community. If they think, well, I'm going to have 3 minutes, wait, I have 1.5. And then there's confusion of, wait, I thought it's 3 minutes. You mean it's 1.5 this time? Well, I had 1.5 last time. Why is it 3 minutes this time? There's been a lot of confusion. So could we choose one time to help keep it consistent? Now, if y'all want to change 1.5, we never want to go lower than a minute. If y'all want to change that, though, that time, but the question is, can we choose 1? And we chose 1.5 because that's the number we go to when we have over 30, and we've had that a few times. So.
And I just want to add, because I know people are like, you're taking away my time. Well, guess what? We have board cafes. You can have office hours as a board of trustee, and that is our obligation as trustees, is to reach out to the community and make sure that we are available to talk to them. So there's many opportunities to speak to our residents, our students, and our 1L ISD community.
Board members, any questions about that? And this is not for adoption tonight. This is for board member input. We're going to get it all finalized. Lou will do it. It's going to be uploaded to board book for the next meeting. Community can weigh in on it. And so this is not for a vote tonight. This is for discussion.
Yeah, this is not the first time we've talked about the 3 minutes, the 90 seconds. I have a hard time with the message that sends to our community. So I'm, at least initially, not a big fan. I understand the question marks that have been created based on the way we drafted the policy and the way events have developed over the last few months. I don't know if it's always going to be like that, but I'm not particularly comfortable with the change at the moment.
Well, I think that's also, and I understand it feels, let's go to 1.5 minutes, but honestly, as trustees, I'm just saying, board cafes and office hours, we have a better chance to have that one-on-one conversation with those individuals who do come to citizens' comments. Because as a former citizen who did citizens' comments, right, I never got anything out of it as far as action or having that one-on-one relationship. But when we do have those board cafes, we get to have that back and forth. Those individuals, whoever want to come and attend or go to our own office hours at each trustee, that's on us to host. I feel like, if anything, we create more opportunities to hear from the public. That's the way I'm looking at it. It forces us to get out there, and honestly, we need to be doing that. Citizens' comments shouldn't be the only time for us as trustees to hear from our residents. We should be out there attending these board cafes, student school visits. We should be holding office hours. We should be doing that on our own. The board meeting is not the time to have everything all in one.
So the way I see the citizen comments is some people prefer that information be out in public. So board cafe, it's not public. Emails they send, meeting with you one-on-one, it's not public. When we I think that people will get to, yes, they might have issues with going from 3 minutes to 1.5 when there are 30 people, just the way it is set right now. So, but people will get used to it. If we just maintain that, people will get used to it. Going from 3 minutes to 1.5, because even when we adopted that 1.5 for 30 people, I thought maybe 2 minutes was better. If we have to go to one number, it might be 2 minutes, but I think just leaving it the way it is, for me, it's preferable. Yes, it's painful to have the citizen comments go really long, especially when there are less than 30 people, but it's just one opportunity.
Well, I think at least the reasoning behind this is not so much having to sit here and listen, but it's taking control of our board meeting, because we have work to do as trustees. And today we got to see basically citizens' comments. It was a propaganda show. And it's going to get worse as the election comes. I'm going to be honest with you. And so, again, as trustees, it is our obligation to get out in the community, hold office hours, visit schools, go to your board cafes, because that's where the real conversations happen. Not sitting up here for 1.5 minutes or 3 minutes and doing a spill for whoever side and whatever. We've got work to do. And if it's true work, then individuals will come to our board cafes. They will reach out to us. We've seen it already. We saw it in the compensation plan. We saw it with CNS. Again, that's kind of on each of us to get out there and connect with our community. Citizens' comments is one opportunity, one time, and there's no back and forth. So that was my reasoning behind the 1.5, or R, sorry.
Committee work. Board members, here's my question. How do y'all feel about moving forward with this discussion, or do you want to halt it and say, no, we're just going to keep it the way it is? Do you want to move it forward with this guy? I'm looking for some type of consensus. I need at least consensus if we're gonna move forward and put this out there. Do you want to put it out there the way it is, or do you want to have a change to the way it currently reads?
Are we going to go through all the items on the
all the changes
to
make sure you're okay,
or do you want us to discuss each one as it arises?
So I'm going to be honest, this probably is the biggest discussion. After that, there's maybe board committees, right? And there's not that much change, to be honest. So
I agree with Anna. I think that it's 11 o'clock and we have a long agenda, and we owe it to our community to get through our agenda and our agenda items. And I think board cafes, I was very reluctant about those at first, and they're so good. This is where we have real conversations. And yes, there are going to be some people that only want to come to, only want to do citizen comments because they want to do the show and wear their Santa Claus hat and do all of what they want to do, and that's going to happen. I also think that sometimes people are just going to be really, really passionate about something really important, and they're going to come speak to us that way, and they're going to start a conversation with us there that's not going to stop there. It's going to be a minute and a half starter conversation, and then it's going to start something deeper with one of us, or with admin, or whoever can address it. Our house, our Capitol, gives a minute and a half, and the way they see it is it allows for that deeper. It starts a conversation that then, if they choose to, it creates a deeper conversation. And like Anna said, it's not only on the community to reach out to us in those different places, but it's up to us to put ourselves in those places, to go on those school visits, to sign up for board cafes, to do those office hours. And I think all of us are putting ourselves in as many of those places as we possibly can, and that's why we're having those really good conversations. And so that's why I think at a certain point, I might have been like, no, I'm not ready for that. And maybe in the midst of COVID, when we couldn't be out as much, I would have been more hesitant to as well. But I feel like I mean, we've shown that we really want to get out there in our community, and we're at every event that we can possibly be at to create that real engagement. So I'd like to continue the conversation.
Okay, same, okay.
You're good.
And remember, we're not voting tonight. This is just moving it forward for the community, and then the community will be telling us about it during citizen comments. So.
Oh, yeah. Gloria, just to kind of go off what you said, so if you all go to page 8, that's something else that we changed. And if you look at it, what I liked about it is, you know, when citizens do speak, we ask for name, address, phone. One thing that we're proposing is asking on that form, are they a parent, guardian, student, teacher, resident of LASD community that works or shops in the district or other? The one part that I loved, because let's be real, a lot of individuals, they have a concern. They're not sure where to go, right? And so what I loved about this is the name of the topic, general information. Is it a complaint not specific to student or staff member, or is it a complaint specific to student or staff member? And what I liked about this is, from my understanding, is this information then will give our administration kind of a, hey, this is what's going on, or hey, Sade, you have a citizen's comment and this is your problem. Let me take you to the right department, to the right administrator to fix that. And so it kind of gives individuals who do come here and who do need to have that voice, right, and need that guidance, and where do they go to have their problem solved or just to have concern. What I liked about this is it adds on that extra layer to our administration to try to help that individual or citizen, student, whoever, where do they need to go to get that fixed. And to me, I loved that kind of just, it closes it off, right? They're not just coming up here, giving their comment, and then goodbye. We don't ever hear from them again. It's that closing piece to it. And then again, goes back into board cafes, relationships, talking and stuff. And so that's what we've changed if y'all want to see that. And then just keep scrolling.
I have a question there.
Yes, ma'am.
You have, at that same area, letter F, that's what happens past 11. What item on the agenda will you be addressing? Are we considering having items only discussed if they're on the agenda? What is that?
No,
No. I saw that on there and I didn't know if that was...
I'll be honest, we discussed it as a committee, but it gets kind of confusing and just messes the water and everything, because you can make anything about an agenda item. I'll be honest, I am the pro at that. So, I mean, why fight the fight? You know, again, what I took away from this and what I loved, I think this was your idea, is again, that follow-up process, right? Who do we know there? If you got a complaint about CNS, I'm just throwing that out. We know, that'll get triggered to whoever's department, they follow up. So it's that constant communication with the community, letting them understand, hey, we hear your voice, but hey, here's a solution possibly to your problem, or here how you can have your problem heard.
But without that right now, just based on their comment, aren't people following up on, just based on the citizen comments?
I don't think we have anything in place, right?
We have some things in place. I just don't know if we have all the tools as trustees that we would find helpful, and we're not being able to engage in some of that dialogue with our community members. Is sometimes they get up here and they get so passionate about what they're talking about, they might not get to what their solution was. So this gives trustees the opportunity to still know this was this individual's concern and here was their proposed solution for it, and then that gives us a way to be able to follow up if we need to follow up, or we can ask admin to follow up. So it adds another layer of that communication. We looked at what other districts were doing when we came up with this type of form. So,
all right, keep scrolling. Page 8, you just see same thing. Page 9, same thing. It's all the same. Page 10, the same. Page 11, we added the email governance team. That's what we added in there. Nothing changed. 12, nothing changes until about page 14. Again, instead of board training and board requirements, we thought board development would be the best choice of words in that column.
And it mentions SBOE adopted framework.
Exactly. Again, go down, you've got travel reimbursement, traveling. We just changed it because it was misspelled. We added our board policy, BBG, in this section. Other than that, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed on page 16. All right, page 17, my favorite, internal board committees. You will see what we've done is we have now listed what our internal board committees are, what that looks like. Again, guys, this is just what Trish and I kind of worked on. This is all up for discussion. What we liked, at least for me, was making sure that our internal board committees had a strong foundation. So going forward, we know the legislative committee, what it's expected, who serves on it, and just kind of giving us kind of an outline of, you know, a strong foundation of our internal board committees. And so, questions?
So this will go then on our next agenda. The community will have this in their packet, or see it in the board packet, except they won't see the date highlight because we're not going to talk again about meeting during the daytime.
So one thing we did discuss, if y'all look, and this is something our executive board members might want to discuss, is if you look at internal committees, we have legislative, board operating, policy, long range, and executive committee. A lot of districts have executive committee in their internal board committees. However, we all know our executive committee is not going to function like a long range facility planning. So that was the discussion. I think I'd like to know, the board officers, what y'all want to look like, because if you look at our board operating procedures, it does give a definition of each of the committee roles, right? But for me, the way I was looking at it, it's still an internal committee, right? But clearly you operate on a different level. But how do we still define it an internal committee, but it's not following the same rules as, say, long range planning committee, right? Because we talk about what y'all do in the other things, but it's not going to be the same roles as the other. So that was something I think I wanted to see what y'all thought, and just if it doesn't need to be in there, or if we need to just remove it because it's already up at the top.
So board members, really for tonight, the only reason you discuss it is if you need it out.
Yeah,
otherwise
just email.
It stays in, and we'll have another discussion about it.
And then the other thing is no less than 2 years for board members' first term on committee. Again, just trying to make sure each of us have a role or are able to sit on a committee that we want. And some board member like me, y'all know I would probably stay on the legislative committee for as long as I'm here. But at the same time, like, I want to make sure that other board members are getting that opportunity and we're getting fresh eyes on things. So again, it's open to discussion. We were just trying to find something to, you know, not force a board member off a committee, but make sure that that opportunity is there for other board members.
Sounds like no more than 2 years, not no less than 2 years. Was what you were just describing.
Right. So, no less than 2 years. So it'd be 2 year commitment.
No, I'm sorry?
No less than 2 years, on a first term on a committee.
So there was, this is where and it's 11:18, so it's going to be fun to unwind this. But there were two parts of discussion here. One is, do we need that longevity on a committee? Is that something as a board we want to say? We have that time commitment when you're on there. It's not more than just, 5 months and you're going to go to another one. And the same thing, are you also not going to stay in there forever? And we could not find the exact language to be able to thread that needle.
And that's why it's highlighted.
And that's why it's highlighted, because we could not come up with the language, and we thought the board would be able to come up with something. But 11:19, I think we're shooting the goal a bit too high there on how we get that policy language. So Anna and I will go back and see if we can come up with something. But if board members can figure out some type of language, feel free to shoot it to Bruce.
Right. I think just the gist of it. Do y'all want to stay on a year? You want to keep people 2 years? What does that look like? That's it.
Okay.
And that's all we got.
Or we can take off that language until later we can.
Right. Just email us if you don't like it.
And we'll continuous improvement document. Okay. So we'll keep working on it. All right.
Done.
We are going to move on to update of school and safety and operations C. Okay. So sorry, we're going to need a quick 5-minute break. Give us a bit. Sorry about that, and we'll be right back. All right, board members, it's 11:26. We are back in open. And let's go ahead and pick up where we left off, our school safety and security update.
Are you ready? Good evening again. I've got with me Darla and Russell, and we're here to talk to you a little bit and answer some questions over school safety. So really we wanted to start off with what we're currently doing and what we're currently looking at and ways to make improvements, and then allow or ask for any questions that you might have based off of that, okay? So I'm going to turn it over to Russell and to Darla to speak on those things.
I'll go ahead and get started. Our emergency operation plan was turned into the state in 2021 and was reviewed and approved by the state. At that time, they have now came out with some additional protocols that we will be looking at and updating our plans with. Our plan is updated regularly, sometimes throughout the school year, primarily in the summer so that we can get ready for the beginning of the school year training. But as things come up that are relatively enough to go ahead and update, we do that during the school year. So some of the things that we've been doing is we went to Untitled ISD recently to get to do an exercise with them with the I Love You Guys Foundation. I Love You Guys Foundation is John Michael Keyes, who lost his daughter to school violence. And so he's always a very dynamic speaker with a lot of heartfelt protocols and guidelines and lots of resources for school districts that the state has adopted and that we had to put into our plans and taken in. And so one of the things that we'll be focusing on this year is student reunification and how that looks on a campus, or even if we have to move them from a campus to another site, what would that look like, and continue to work with our staff. We've given them some drills that they can do to practice their student reunification plan. They work with their emergency response team, which is based on ICS, incident command systems, that we're required to use to understand roles and responsibilities in those types of protocols and responses that we do. So we have a summit that we do every summer, and this year that'll be one of the things that's on our agenda, is to talk again through that, take them through an exercise, take them through a little bit further, a little bit deeper into that protocol. One of the improvements we're going to make that we learned as we went to Untitled ISD and we worked through the exercise is to go ahead. We have identified our sites. If we had to move somebody from their current campus to another site, we've identified where those are and some of the reasons of why we would use those sites for different situations. What we haven't gone to the next step is to map out and identify how would we use the areas that we're wanting to use if we had to bring another campus there to reunify with their parents. And so we're going to be taking campus maps and being able to lay out exactly what areas and where we would want to have our parents, have our students, and have those reunification protocols go through. So we're going to be going through the next step of making sure we know exactly what we're going to do when we show up somewhere else in the event that we need to do that. And we will not be sharing that information. That will be something that we will keep with the core committee, and the core committee will continue to work through that, and then sharing out what we can with everybody who would be supporting that whole process. Russell?
And with that said, we're also talking in the midst of reunification, which is something we want to continue practicing. We've gotten really good with our drills, what it means to get into a secure position when you have a possible any attack. But what do we do going forward? And we want to continue that process. What does continuity of operation look like with our district? What does that mean going forward and getting back to normalcy? And that's the goal. So there are several key components of how we can train and teach our staff and students on that process. As we all remember COVID, that kind of put a different twist on how we performed, and we couldn't do a lot of these security audits that we normally do. And as we've returned to normalcy, we've been able to conduct what we call security audits. This isn't something that we do and wait till the third year before we return our results to the state. It's something that's always ongoing, and it's at random, and we pick campuses. I'll take a campus and just show up. And what I want to do is not a gotcha moment, but what I want to find out is, how are you performing your everyday security modality? Are you performing them in the way we've trained you, or is there areas of your campus that aren't working properly? When we go, and hopefully we can be invited to your drills when you do have drills, because that's the place where you want to find out something's not working properly. It could be a door, it could be something within the system itself, because majority of our doors are electronic, so things can malfunction. So we want to make sure that once we do a security audit, which could be me just showing up, checking out your campus, making sure your doors are properly shut, secure, your system's working, or if I show up to do a drill with you on your campus, let's find out how your staff responds. Let's find out, and through all that process, is all your hardware working? We'll do a debrief and find out what can we do better, what did we do well. And so every campus that we do this with, we encourage this. If I'm not, for some reason, can't come to your drill, we encourage them to do these post briefings. And what I usually do is I find out later when they had a drill, I'll come out to the campus and ask them how it went. We also work with our law enforcement partners, invite them as well to these drills, and to some of the security audits as well. As you all know, we have our SROs at the high school campuses, so they keep me informed as well if there's anything that comes up that needs attention. And then, of course, our relationships with the staff. Some of the updates that it's still teaching culture and the mindset is one thing. That's something you cannot really buy or purchase. That's something you just have to continuously educate your staff and students and retrain the muscle memory on what it is to get into a secure position. With that said, though, we always need tools. And so we know with our last bond package, some of those things were in that, and hopefully we can continue going to obtain these type of tools. So mapping, for some reason, that's something we have looked into to help our law enforcement as they approach the campus. Some law enforcement may not have ever stepped on campus, depending on their patrol or their assignments. A good mapping system will allow the patrol to look at their monitor and see in a 3D level how the building is positioned to the street, what doors are what doors, what room is a room that they're having to go to if there is an attack in the school. And so that's another tool that we'd like to see. The mass alert system we talked about before, I know in our committee meetings. We can always improve on that. There's the bigger the campus, the bigger the chance of maybe not hearing a PA system. So we're looking at also that tool to increase the more awareness when something is happening on your campus. And so lots of things that we want to look at and update, talking to some of our law enforcement partners who are also interested in some of these tools, and how can we get that, is there money out there other than the bond? Is there other ways that we can obtain these tools as well? And basically educating our staff. That's a big moment for us to get out there and just build that relationship with them.
So just real quick, just to make sure everybody knows kind of some of the things to hit on, Governor Abbott's letter that came out and what we currently do to meet some of those requirements and go above and beyond. So Russell and Darla are talking about some of the things that we want to refine and some processes with that. But we do have access or controlled access points for every campus. One thing that we don't have is a controlled access point for some of our administrative buildings, some of our other locations. That was part of the bond package that was declined by our voters, but just to put that out there, that was something that was recommended from our CFAC groups. Full-time resource officers at all our high school campuses, and as Russell alluded to, that working relationship with the different entities throughout our district. So that'd be Williamson County, Leander PD, Cedar Park PD, and also Travis County, which we also have the experience of working with APD when we're talking about some of our southern schools. We use security cameras on all campuses. Some campuses have more, like our secondary campuses, and some of our elementaries don't have quite as much. Another part of that bond package was to look at ways we can improve or beef up that to help with some of that visibility on those campuses through all these events that we've had. We know that when we can see what's going on within the school without necessarily putting a person in that public or in that line of sight, wherever it may be, definitely helps the situation. Our emergency operations plan has been reviewed and approved by the Texas State Safety Committee back in 21. So that's constantly updated, but we're also looking for ways to improve it and get feedback from them. We got a TEA grant of almost $700,000 for safety and security upgrades, and that was the card readers that were updated around. So our badging system, making sure that that's updated. Drills and emergency response training for all of our staff. As we have administrators coming in, we have to continually bring that up and go through that. So it's always on the forefront of our mind. We use an SRP and reunification. It's what we were talking about, but that's something that we've seen through these last incidents from around the state and around the country of being not necessarily a hiccup, but some things that have gone real well. So we want to learn from what Mansfield ISD, for instance, had done within their last recent incident. Annual Safety Summit, and so really focusing in on our partnerships with this is what I want to highlight, because we have Cedar Park PD, LPD, district staff, and then our community around us coming in to help with what that training looks like. AP's annual submit electronic campus emergency response teams and incident command structure. So once again, just making sure everyone knows kind of the full breadth of that. Incident debrief. So I point out Dr. Gearing talking about one of the issues that we had at one of our campuses from a threat. And we have used those incidents that have happened, even though they have been taking away instructional time, and it was basically an issue with throughout the day. If we want to talk about some of the different ones that we've had around the district from our incidents, but we've used those as ways to learn and to change our processes to make them better, because through that we've been able to have debriefs with APD and Travis County specifically when the Vandergrift thing happened, and really learn from that situation. So in the event that something does happen, we're able to work with them better, know how their processes are, where we can set up that incident command center and be able to do things better if it does come to that. We use Content Keeper. It's a threat monitoring software. Russell and Steve Clark, I believe, and Brian may get those. Anytime a student is searching for anything, that's what the Content Keeper piece is. Our counseling program focusing on the whole child. That once again, Steve Clark and his team are staying in contact with us on that. A team of behavior specialists and support for students and campus administrators that has been very beneficial, and I'll keep pushing that because they are able to be on the front line having those conversations and to work with those students on a day in and day out basis. District safety and security team participates in, like Darla was talking about, the HUDOS thing that just happened Wednesday and Thursday, and being able to go to some of those trainings. We have an anonymous line or a tip line for students, parents, and staff to share those concerns and reports. We have a contract with the K-9 drug visits for our high school campuses. That's 18 times. Middle school is 5 times, and 9 for Leo and New Hope. We have an extensive portable classroom guideline because we know that that is a concern in an area because it's not in a secured building. And so those guidelines are very appointed, very strict, and there's very specific things behind that. We have parking lot attendants at all the high schools as kind of a frontline defense. They know the students better than almost anyone on that campus and can tell you exactly when each kid's going to leave and at what time if you can go and talk to them. We have AEDs and trauma kits and EpiPens, epinephrine used to treat students available for emergency response. Nurses who are CPR, AED, and stop the bleed instructors are available for training. We do criminal background checks on all of the employees, visitors, volunteers, contractors, and work with the district. And then we're also implementing, we've been in the stages of Smart Tag, which is through our transportation department, because it's a key piece to communicate with our parents and our community in the event that anything happens. A few other items that we didn't quite touch on that we want to continue to bring forward, and we know some of these things are huge undertakings, is the possibility of looking at ID badges for our students as we move forward. It would work with several of our systems. We're not talking like this is an overnight thing. Some of our campus do issue some of those badges specific to their campus because of that's their practice, but we don't have a district-wide practice of using that currently. And so Russell talked a little bit about the alert system, the school mapping, and then, like I said, the secured entries for the remaining LISD buildings. So that just wanted to run through a lot of what we do. I'm sure I missed many things, and without going into specific details too, we wanted to be able to start with a little bit of that and open it up for any questions that y'all may have or further discussion.
Just a couple other things. Safety and Security Committee is established and working. We'll meet again in early July.
11th. Yes, sir.
And then we have really good relationships, I think, not only with the police departments and fire departments of our jurisdictions, but also with the cities themselves, with the city staff and
also
elected officials
and Blue Bonnet Health.
Right.
For the CIC, the Continuous Improvement Conference, are we doing like a safety protocol new hires have to go through, and kind of just that things that they need to be aware of, not propping doors, those things for new employees during that training?
So we are required to give an outline to our principals and campuses and to our substitutes of what type of training they need to be doing. And so we've already updated all that, told them that we needed to be done by the first day of school. That is also one of the directives that we were getting from the state. We do that, but we had been doing it, giving them until the into September, but we backed it up to get it before the first day of school. So that should be implemented.
Okay. And then just one other thing on the safety security meetings that we have, I'd like to go back to the option of doing that at different campuses, because a lot of our law enforcement and fire departments and first responders come to those meetings, and so I just think that gives them a different opportunity to be on a campus. And so I know we've been using technology, but I like that option of just, you know, the more familiar you are with being on a campus, the greater that relationship is.
I have two questions. When the committee meets, whoever that's on there, as board members, will we get kind of a generalized update on what was said?
So my understanding is if it's our discussion was in the closed session part of it, then it's like a closed session discussion. So any discussions there, we don't report out on those. If there are agenda items that were done in open session, then we can kind of give an update on that. So we can give a general, like this was up on the agenda, we talked about this agenda item and this agenda item.
That's kind of what I'm looking for. I feel like as board members, we should have kind of an update, because I know I've asked for it and I've kind of not got an update. I know that there's certain things that we're just not privileged, like you said, closed, but I do think, I mean, I'm one of 7, right? At the end of the day, I feel like to keep us all on board, I think we should at least get some type of update what was said in open. I feel very strongly about that.
Yeah, and also know that we're going to be going into close later tonight to talk about internal security audit and safety, and so there might be more discussions of what other reports we can do there.
I was talking more about the committee that y'all go to. Like, how do you loop it back so the board is updated on what was said? That's what I was looking for. And then my other thing is, I don't know if y'all can answer this, but students, right? They're a big part of these drills and stuff. And I'm going to be honest with you. My 10-year-old daughter will not go to the restroom at school because she says if there's an active shooter drill, she knows that she's not going to be allowed in her classroom. So I'm trying to figure out, what does that look like from the student experience? How are we, as best as we can, talking to our students about this? But I mean, it's a real life situation here. I mean, my 10-year-old daughter knows if she goes in lockdown, teacher's not going to let her in the classroom, and she's like, where do I hide? What do I do? So what does that student part look like? How are we handling it? I mean, I don't know if y'all can even answer this, but how are we preparing our students for these drills?
So when we do these drills, especially the high school, the bigger the campus, the little more complex it gets. But, you know, we teach them, and so let's give high school, for example. If we're doing the drill and we're going to check rooms, now the thing is, we don't want to just check doors, see if they're locked. We want to actually go in, explain, make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, out of sight, lights out, we don't hear noises, you know, they're out of line of sight of anything from a window view. That's part of the whole practice. We also inform them that if you hear a fire alarm after a lockdown, are you going to leave right away? No, you're going to have caution. Now, if you got, and so this is also something we want them to think on their feet, because I can't be there all the time for them, right? Neither can you. So what are you doing? You see flames or smoke, you got to make a decision. Where do you go? And the best place, if you can get out, exit. And so, and there are times when we do these lockdowns, I don't know how it happens, but we have a few students that'll be in the bathroom when we do these lockdowns. They're there. And so they're roaming outside into the hallways, and we talk to them. We don't let them leave, but what we do is time out with them while we still go through, we break up in teams, and we're checking these rooms. In the meantime, a lot of us in the hallways are talking to the students. They get caught in the hallways. It makes them think on their feet. What are you going to do? What would you want to do? You want to leave. You see that door, see the end of the hallway. If it's safe for you to leave, leave. So it's suggestions that we make for them that you don't want to stay stuck in a place that's not secured. And so, but we also inform them that there has to be a way of communication, that where are you at? You may be by yourself when you take off and make this decision, or you may be with other students. The same thing we do with when I do some of these audits, I check the playgrounds, especially your smaller, younger ages. I talk with the teachers, what's your plan if you can't get back in the building? And so we discuss this on the playground, and also checking that there's a proper amount of monitors for the amount of kids that are on the playground. And a lot of them will have plans. They go into neighborhoods, they go into away from, and different dynamics, different schools, different neighborhoods. So we want them to have a plan versus just if they can't get into a locked room, what does your common sense tell you to do? So that's part of that, to eliminate that fear that you have some kind of plan, because it's always still chaotic, but chaos with a plan.
Well, I love that you guys say a student is in the restroom and y'all are there. What would you do? The what ifs. I do appreciate y'all being there and not just letting them hang out by themselves to figure it out. So I appreciate that.
It's that muscle memory, and that's what we don't want to be scared of a lockdown drill, right? And there's a difference between a drill and exercise. And so a drill is just for muscle memory. And I know there's been discussions about having law enforcement come in and just totally take over we're not there yet. And that's not something I don't want them to be nervous about, especially at the younger age. And I want them to just know that this is my plan. In case, it could be anything. It could be a tornado. It could be something. It doesn't have to be just an attack in the school, right? It could be outside activities. So we just want them to always think on their feet and of all kinds of emergencies that could come up.
As we continue, I will be interested in, this is just the first part of a conversation. I know this is not meant to answer all of our questions tonight. It just starts the discussion of what currently we're doing. But I would be interested to understand how this training is permeated throughout our campuses. Is there a possibility that the teachers don't get it, it's admin, but do teachers get something? Do only certain teachers get some stuff and other teachers don't get things? Which students get what type of training? I know we have a tremendous rollout of Stop the Bleed training that's going to happen. So it's those type of things of who all gets this training or understanding or information in the spirit of continuous improvement. I know security is something that we are cautious in how much information we share because of statute, law, security of our students. But then how can we share information? And I know it gets tricky, but I'd like to continue to push into that and just say, you know, how are we educating our parents, our teachers, and our students with the trainings and the things that we're doing and what's available to them, the resources that are available to them. This is a hard discussion, y'all, but necessary. So thank you, board, for being willing to start the first discussion, and know that after the July meeting, I imagine there will be more discussion we'll need to have.
I have one more question. So subs, do they get the same training? What is that? Is that a once-a-year thing when they get hired on? What is it, like, they know what's to be expected? How are we training them?
So they do get training through HR, provides the substitute training with the same videos and the same kind of information that we give to our teachers. And then they also get the subfolder when they show up for their assignment, and inside there has a lot of the information just to remind them and keep them current.
And that is also part of the audit. I'll find the substitute and ask them, what do you know? And so, and you'll find a few that may have not read the folder. Okay, so, but you got to let them, know that this is, something we all need to know and learn.
I know recently a couple of subs have reached out to me and said that they don't feel prepared and they haven't received that information. And so how do we ensure that they have that information and that they've seen it? I know after the shooting in Uvalde, a couple of friends that are sub said, hey, I don't think I'm adequately prepared if something happened at LISD, and I've been a sub for many, many years, so how can we make sure? What are we doing to maybe like audit or evaluate that?
So I did get with HR, and we gave them all the information, made sure all the information is prepared in their training that they're getting ready to do before the school year and as they go out through the school year with the subs. So we did just recheck and make sure they had everything appropriately in the training. And then the next thing is, I think that's kind of a common thing that comes up between subs because they're going from campus to campus, and so there's sometimes some differences from not only the way that a building environment is and layout, but also from just the campus administration, sometimes a little bit different. So it's nice to hear that they're having that so that we can try to figure out how more we can make sure that we're giving that, and we can check into the packets that are giving them and making sure that that's sufficient information for them for any campus that they're at.
All right. I am sure from this discussion we'll have more questions, so we'll reach out to y'all. But if you are okay, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank y'all very much. All right, board members, discussion of, and this is discussion item, Operations 2, bus route redesign and bell schedule adjustment. If you're still talking at midnight, be sure to wish Alexis a very happy birthday.
So at the last board meeting, Dr. Gehring presented our plan for a bus route redesign and bell schedule adjustment, and there was a request from trustees to bring this item back for discussion, so we are here tonight for that discussion.
Can you tell me what kind of feedback you got from the community regarding middle school and high school flipping and doing high school earlier, middle school later? I'm thinking about after school activities specifically for band, because you know that's my jam, trying to get their rehearsal time in and not having those kiddos arrive home after 8 o'clock at night. Understanding fully that it's only 20 minutes, but when now you're taking away a Friday rehearsal prior to a game where they used to be able to at least get an hour and a half in there before a game starts. So not only have they moved the football games up to 7 o'clock, right, which already made it harder, so now they don't get out till 4:20. We're talking about no rehearsal, trying to get to a game, being late, potentially missing class time. I know that at Vista Ridge specifically, the band kiddos don't get out early, but I do know that football and dance and cheer do. So how many minutes are kids missing to then get to a game in the fall? We're talking about instructional minutes, things like that. So just to put it out there, I don't know if there was, I know that there was some community input regarding middle school and high school being flipped. I just didn't know if there was any possibility of that happening.
I'll be real honest, I don't have all of the data in front of me right now, but what I remember from looking at it is that there was not a lot of middle school feedback, and I'm going to make the assumption that because there was very little change to their bell schedule, most of the feedback we received through the thought exchange was from elementary and high school families.
So
there was talk about swapping elementary and high school.
Yeah, there were several feedback points on that from the community. I was in the high school principal feedback session because we did solicit feedback from the principals. They were pretty adamant about several points, I'll say it nicely. And part of the conversations with them has been focused around how can we look at the way we're doing school in a way that it would not impact the individual classes as much if we were to go to this, if this was part of the plan and we needed to move this. How can we redesign our master schedule to really focus on that? So our conversations with Jody, myself, and John in our department, as Jody's working with fine arts and athletics, has been, okay, what does this look like from all the other campuses? What are other districts like us doing? Because as we presented, there's other schools that have similar bell schedules to what's being proposed. There's some schools that have much later end times and start times than what we're proposing. And so how are they doing school in an efficient manner to be able to get in all the extracurriculars and also reduce the amount of instruction time? So I know specifically, because I've had a conversation with Chris Simpson at LHS, he's been looking at how do I move those key periods to the end of the day so it's not taking instruction time. They can still get their practice in. So really the principals have been looking at how can they redesign their master schedule.
And has any discussion happened with cities regarding if a band were to move rehearsal to the morning, city noise ordinances based on where the band pad is located and neighborhoods?
I have not had any discussion with that. Being a former principal and an AP, it didn't matter when the band practiced. We still got comments from neighbors. I won't say complaints, just comments about how beautiful the music was at whatever time that was happening.
I would imagine it would not necessarily be a welcome thing at 6:30 a.m.
Yeah, I will say the feedback I've heard relates similarly to the middle school and high school potentially being reversed. Can you help us think through what the implications are if we went forward with middle school and high school reversed in terms of the proposed new triple bell schedule?
So being a former middle school principal, moving middle school students to the end, you may not think that has as much impact as a high school, but I would argue that it has just equally as much impact, even though we're not dealing necessarily with UIL events to that level of a varsity competition. A lot of your middle school activities start at 4:30 and 5 o'clock when we're talking about football, track, all those things. So really your impact is going to be equal to what you're dealing with in high school. You're just moving someone else's cheese to some extent because they're going to have to deal with the same things that a high school is going to have to deal with. The opposite, or the positive, would be the comments and the concerns from the community on students that are working. That is a big piece, or that would be a positive with that flip. Everything else, to my lens, to some degree, would be kind of a wash between whether we're talking about, are we going to upset high school people, or are we going to upset middle school parents, or vice versa? The biggest piece, or the only piece that I see as that plus, would be from the working standpoint.
Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, there was something about lights on middle school stadiums, that we don't have those lights available, so the later we went into the evening, that could impact. Is that correct?
Right. Some of our events are happening at some of the facilities that may not have that.
But I don't think the change in the bell schedule necessarily causes those events to start any later, does it?
Well, as a C or a D team, or some of those lower levels, or blue, gold, maroon, silver, whatever the school may be using, they start at 4:30. And so if we have an ending time of 4:20 or 4:25 for a middle school, obviously that would impact that start time.
Or it would impact instructional time.
Correct.
Yeah.
I understand this is an administrative decision. However, is there a reason why it was rolled out the way it was? And by this, I mean, you presented it. It was my understanding it was presented to the principals. They weren't really given a chance for feedback. Then it was presented to us. And then we went to thought exchange. The perception and the way it rolled out just, I mean, it looks like you've already made a decision. Sorry, community. I know you have thoughts. Oh, well. I'm just trying to understand the process behind it. I understand the reasoning behind it, but why was it rolled out the way it was? That made sense.
So full transparency, I think the conversation came out of some budget conversations that we had earlier, and really looking at ways that we could reduce expenditures. This was a proposal that was presented a couple of years ago that we did not accept at the time. I think the timing of budget conversations, along with 2 transportation audits that confirmed what we learned 2 years ago, also knowing we're coming out of a pandemic, everything just kind of came together at this particular time. And so I'll be real honest with you, that's where it came from. We did go to principals, like Brandon said, and get their input on it. Yes, hindsight, maybe should have gone a little bit sooner, but I think, again, given everything that we had, we did go to DWIC as well. We came to you all as a board, and then went out to the community just to make sure there was nothing we hadn't considered. But absolutely, full transparency, it did not look like it did 2 years ago, but I think that's because the information that we had confirmed exactly what we had come up with 2 years ago.
I will conclude by simply saying, for my part, I know this is not board decision, but for my part, I think flipping elementary and middle school and high school makes a lot of sense. I think, you know, the discussion we've had here doesn't seem to indicate there's a significant downside. I think the schedules of our high school students are simply more congested, and I think allowing them a little more flexibility with an earlier start and end time opens up a lot of possibilities for them that might be foreclosed otherwise. And so, you know, if you want my feedback, that's my feedback.
I echo that. I know that you said it's maybe a wash. The part that's not a wash that I think is really significant is a lot of our high school students are working. And that time puts them closer to a traffic time that they are getting to their work site, which then makes them later to work, limits the amount of hours that they can work. It really impacts their ability to have a job after school. And so if it's a wash between middle and high school, that piece alone, I think should elevate it to not be a wash, that we have high school students that are working, and we know that this is going to make it significantly more difficult for them.
I'm with Gloria and Aaron. You caught my piece on traffic. I think of Radar Ray and the mess that it is. But specifically working, there's a lot of our students who have to work, who have to contribute to family finances. I was one of those students. I needed to get out at a certain time so I could make that job. I would hate for us to take that opportunity from our students, but most importantly, it's going to affect the entire family. So I don't know if we can do this, but I want to switch it as well.
So administration, given that y'all went through this process and you made this decision, can you explain to us why you didn't switch it?
I don't necessarily have a great answer for that outside of, if we look at our current process, this was driven from the necessity to be able to get our students to school on time from a transportation standpoint. Also our congestion and alleviating some of those. So when we look at the time between those two areas, that's key. Dr. Gehring may have something else he wants to add to that, but ultimately, from a transportation standpoint and what kind of fueled this, because as Laura Lynn said, full transparency, I went to John Graham, my supervisor, and I said, we need to change the bell schedule back in August. And he said, oh, Brandon, that is a long process. And we spent 2 years on it back in 2018 and 2019, alluding to everything and all the work that had been done before. And so I said, well, I'm going to move forward with some of these audits, and I think some of these things are going to come forward. It did come if we fast forward to March. And so that's what was part of the driving conversations behind that.
So just to...
Okay. I was just going to say, I would say for me, the committee work from 18 to 20, one of the recommendations they proposed was to change the order. And so there was nothing that says that we should change it back. And I'll be honest with you, that's the reason that it was proposed as elementary, middle, high school, because the committee at the time, we were elementary, high, middle. They made the recommendation to change it. And there was nothing that we have seen in the last 2 years that caused us to change it back to something that a committee that we got together originally proposed. So I'll be real honest with you, that was it. The committee got together, looked at start and end times, looked at the amount of times between each schedule, and looked at the order, and they made the suggestion. So our original proposal to bring it forward was to honor the work of the committee from 18 to 20, which was to keep with the same particular order, but yet the only thing we would do is expand the time between so that we could adequately transport students and alleviate traffic on areas like Raider Way. So that when we had more time between there. So that was why we didn't propose any changes to the order.
But circumstances have changed since 18 to 20, which is traffic has increased, and yeah, so just trying to get the high school students home earlier.
I think that's what kind of irks me is the data is from 2018, 2019, and new sets of principals, new people in our district. COVID, right? Our population's changed. That's where I'm having a hard time with this. I did read the audits and I understand the reasoning, but I have a hard time basing it off of data from committee work in 2018 when our community's changed a lot since then.
There's only one attractive part of all of this to me after I've looked at all the thought exchange, and really it's just the savings. And other than that, it just seems pretty unpopular.
Do we still save the same amount of money if middle school and high school switch?
Yes.
So
it's based off the $1 million or 900 and change is based off of being able to eliminate 18 routes. And so where those routes are in line does not impact that.
It's not just a cost saving. So we've struggled to get students to school on time. We've had significant issues with that this year. We will not be able to transport early childhood adequately next year. If we don't do this, we will not be able to transport special education students adequately next year if we don't do this. So this really is about student experience and about ensuring that students get the instructional time that they need. So it's not just about cost savings. The cost savings happens to be what helped us to drive this to this point. Yes, things have changed over the last 2 years, but they've got to the point where they forced us to make the change. And I still stand by the comments I made before, which is we don't see significant enough data that caused us to change the decision of we made this change in 2020. Where we pushed to 30 minutes in between each of these, which created a hybrid situation for us. In hindsight, honestly, we should have really pushed that to 45 or 55 minutes at that time, because that would have solved the problem at that time. We didn't do that. There were good reasons for that at the time, but now it's become a necessity. And so the administration has made this decision. We are bringing it forward to you. We've had this conversation. I still don't see the necessity to make any significant changes to it. And we're about to be in July. Our high schools, our middle schools have made plans for next year already. So my strong recommendation is that we don't make any changes to the bell schedule at this time.
I haven't heard a compelling reason why not to, though. Brandon just said it's a wash between middle and high school, and except the one valid thing that we have high school students that are working. And so give me a compelling reason why we can't flip that.
So I wouldn't recommend it. This board can put this on an agenda and make that decision. It's not my recommendation.
But I'd like to put an item on the agenda to reconsider the bell schedule.
I second Gloria.
Okay.
But I still don't understand why we can't just have this conversation right now. I mean, we're sitting here.
Not up for a vote, it's up for a discussion. Dr. Gehring, though, help me I feel like maybe it's midnight and I'm not understanding it, but can you tell me why you're like, this is what we're recommending. Administration says don't change it. And board goes, well, or at least so far consensus is like, okay, but why not change it? Like if Brandon said there's really not a reason to flip it, you could help us understand. I feel like there's dots not getting connected and it's going to frustrate all of us a lot. So maybe if we can connect those a bit. Process, right? Tell us what happened.
So in 2020, we made the change from elementary, high school, middle school to elementary, middle school, high school. We can go dig up the reasons that we made that change at that time. I'm not sure that I can list them at this time. I'm not prepared to do that. I have not yet seen a compelling reason that says that we should change back. We made this decision. We've already informed our campuses. They've made plans already. My recommendation would not be to change it for next year. It's very short notice. You can. I don't think, if Brandon is telling us that there's not necessarily a compelling reason for transportation, I don't think there is in terms of the logistical transportation. I will say that we've had discomfort from high school parents and students. If you change it and put middle school later, you'll have the same complaints from middle school parents and students, in my opinion. If you wish to put it on the agenda, we'll certainly do that.
All right, I think I heard a request in a second.
Yep,
so
I
it'll be on
second.
our next agenda. All right, we'll move on to our next item, discussion. All matters incident related to reimbursement resolution pursuant to the district's 2017 bond election authorization.
I was going to say happy Tuesday and happy birthday. And I was hoping the agenda language was long enough for me to get up here. All right, the first item is a reimbursement resolution for the 2017 bond authorization. What this would do would be allow us to reimburse the general fund from future bond proceeds for projects that are ongoing or to be done from the 2017 authorization. This is a proactive move, and you might ask, why would we need to reimburse the general fund? If you'll recall, we had a lot of old excess cash, and our goal has been to spend that cash down. And so we're getting there, but in the future would potentially need to use general fund cash to pay invoices on these bond-related projects should we exhaust our current cash on hand before we have another bond sale. So this would bridge the gap between cash remaining and a future sale. Right now, we're looking at issuing bonds from the 2017 authorization and the 21 authorization sometime later this calendar year. We've been waiting to see how much to issue on the 2017 authorization, which is dependent on what the board ultimately decides to do with the savings from projects completed under 17. So this action is just approving, you will approve next time the reimbursement resolution in case we do have to use general fund cash.
Can we use that and put that in consent? Are you recommending more discussion on it next time?
I don't need more discussion next time. I just, because this is the first time we brought it, thought I would just bring it for discussion. And then the next item is the same thing. It's for the 2021. Remember, we have some authorization for technology. We've not issued any bonds on that. We have issued purchase orders due to the long lead times on technology. And so this also would allow us to pay invoices until we go to the market and sell.
And this would be on consent? Oh, great. Okay.
Perfect.
Next item.
The next item is a year-end cleanup. This is committing and assigning fund balance. This is something we do at fiscal end year to justify the district's general fund balance. The board officially commits and assigns fund balance to various projects, and those are reflected in the annual financial report. This year, we're adjusting the commitment to reserve $2 million for capital equipment in case something is needed. This is just a fail-safe. And then remember, the board would approve the use of any funds prior to them being spent. We're also asking the board to assign fund balance for a potential shortage in instructional materials funding due to the cut in TEMA, adding some contingency positions if student growth indicates a need for more staff, and then a revenue stabilization line to cover the value of the 9 Vader pennies if the election is not successful and those revenues are not attainable. So this is an adjustment to the commitments and assignments from last year.
That will also be
That would be action for next meeting.
On consent? Okay.
That's up to you. I see a head shake.
Y'all want
No?
that one on consent, or y'all want that on discussion? No? I'm seeing no's and yeses. I'm seeing no on the resolution. Is that it? Resolution, y'all want it off consent? Okay. All right. It's on consent for now, but please remember, you can make a motion to sever and pull it off and have a discussion if you decide you want to have a discussion. Okay.
Just to clarify, you said resolution, but I thought we were on the amendment item.
I'm sorry. Resolution committing and assigning fund balance. So 2 items so far. Actually, it's 3. 9C4.
To clarify, 9C6, the capital project bond funded budget amendments, we tabled till next week because they're connected to the bond oversight committee recommendation.
Thank you. I was reading that item. And
yeah, I apologize.
We did it earlier, but we could have restated it. All right.
Consent?
Okay.
Okay. This one is actually an action item. This is 9C8, and it's a budget amendment out of our normal sequence, and we're bringing you a budget amendment this week for approval, and we'll also bring you a final budget amendment on the 23rd, but because of the volume of budget transfers requested from campuses and departments, we split this into 2. And so you will see no impact to the bottom line on the general fund. But this amendment also includes changes for CNS and debt service to clean up those funds to more accurately reflect activity through the year. So this one is an action item.
I need a motion or more discussion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the budget transfers and amendments to the 2021-2022 budget as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Next item.
And then finally, we have one final request for early release of positions. This request is for 5 additional special education positions for 22-23 that were not included in our original budget numbers or the numbers that we've been looking at all spring. This request is based on enrollment number of students which indicate need for these additional FTEs. This is an increase to the expenditure budget of about $333,000 and is being submitted now so that the positions can be posted rather than waiting to when the budget is approved on the 23rd. And this again is for action this evening.
You need a motion or discussion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of 5 new positions of the 2022-2023 school year at an estimated cost of $333,382.
I second.
I have a motion from Alexis, second from Anna. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on. We finished with you, Elaine. Thank you so much. And we'll go to board members, the internal audit charter. We have an option to just table that, I guess, or move it to the August meeting, or you can approve and amend later. What do y'all want to do?
I think what we would ask is for the liaisons to meet with Helene and possibly bring it back.
Not
23rd?
Not July, though, because you need to have the information in 2 days.
We're talking about June 23rd, maybe, Helene, the charter, or no?
It really depends on how much time we need to review that
We-
and adjust that.
Okay, so we'll table it for time certain. We'll take it off for tonight and let y'all have the discussions.
Please, yes.
Okay, and so then that leaves us with item 10, update on the general internal audit.
So this is the annual update. It gives you a list of all the projects we've been working on, and as well, you also have the unresolved status report and where the district is at on those items. Does anyone have any questions on any of those?
Questions? All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, we are now going to go into closed session. It is 12:22. We're going to go into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment reassignment, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Leander Extended Opportunity LEO Center Principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Winkley Elementary School Principal. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit and discussion with our chief audit executive. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberations regarding security devices are security audits. There will be no action in closed session. We will come out to open to take any action. Board members, it is 1:35, not 2 a.m. We are back in open session. Are there any actions from closed session? Motions from closed session?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Aaron Lander for principal at Winkley Elementary, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
2022-2020. I can't talk. 20.
Second, yeah. Okay. I have a motion from Anna, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Lander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
All right, yes, motion from Sade, second from Anna. I blinked out, I think. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, next one.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the confidential settlement of the parent-student complaint as discussed in closed session.
I second.
Motion from Aaron, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Oh, we have another motion?
Happy birthday, Alexis.
Aw, happy birthday, Alexis. All right, board members, thank you so much for staying till 1:37 in the morning. Y'all are a very dedicated crew. It is June 14th. Yeah, I know you're all leaving out. There are no other items before us. This meeting is now adjourned.
I know, right? I'm gonna be up all night. Gonna drink Bacardi Light.